side, and I'm going to believe that to be true. So if you do want to ask a question while Richard is speaking, come up. Oh, see, that's how that can be confused. All right, Jen. All right. Sorry, Jen, do you want to do this? You come up to your right side. No, my right side. Anyway, it's very early. This side here, this side, yeah, it's very early. If you've been here last night, as you can see, I was. You might, it might be a little funny, but other than that, you're very welcome today. Guys, I'm sure Richard is here, so I'm going to do a bit of a bio. Social epidemiologist Richard Wilkinson's life work has changed how the world thinks about economic inequality, why it matters and how it harms all in our society. Richard co-founded the Equality Trust, working to build a better society in the UK by reducing social and economic inequality, and is also the Professor Emeritus of Social Epidemiology at the University of Nottingham at Medical School, Honorary Professor at University College London, and a Visiting Professor at the University of York. Richard's papers and books include in 2009's landmark The Spirit Level, Why Greater Equality Makes Us Stronger, co-authored with Kate Pickett, demonstrating unequivocally the detrimental effects of economic inequality. In more unequal nations, outcomes are worse for almost everyone in almost every measure that matters, including health, education, social mobility and trust that those living in more unequal societies. His latest book with Kate Pickett in 2018, The Inner Level, explores the personal, intimate effects of inequality, how inequality shapes our behaviour and has a profound psychological impact on the person, undermining self-worth and leading to increased stress and anxiety. Richard's TED Talk, How Income Inequality Harms Society, has been watched over 4 million times. He has received Solidar's Silver Rose Award, the Irish Cancer Society's Charles Cully Memorial Medal, and was the Australian Society for Medical Research medalist in 2017. He has given countless talks, including to the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the OECD, and now we are very honoured to have Richard at the Social Democrats conference. So, Richard, I hope you can hear me. You're very welcome.
Yes, I can. Fine.
You're going to be speaking to a very excited room of Social Democrats here, Richard, so we're all very much looking forward to hearing your contribution. There will be some questions at the end, and I'm told that we will have to finish by 10:29 to keep things moving. So, Richard, I'm going to hand over to you if that's okay.
Yes, well, thank you. It's really nice to be able to talk to people actively engaged in politics and to talk to people on my side of politics, if you like. It's really a privilege. I'm going to take you through our very quickly through our work on inequality and the political implications. But first, I want to come to a sort of common misunderstanding of politics. The clicker, no, that's all right. So the misunderstanding, I think, is that people often look on inequality as if it really only mattered because poverty matters. But that's really misunderstanding it. There are much more important effects of inequality. It affects social relations in a society. It increases those feelings of superiority and inferiority, some people thinking they're better than others. That great divide in our society and all those feelings of inferiority and being looked down on and so on that create so much trouble. I like to say to people that I think inequality is a social relationship, really. A relationship because it puts us in a hierarchy, some better than others, and that's so damaging. Basically, what it does, as you can see in this next slide, is make class and status more important determinants of what happens to us, the divides in society and so on, in all sorts of different ways. You see that not only in more segregation between rich and poor residential areas, but you find, for instance, there are fewer marriages between people from different class backgrounds. Community life weakens and so on. So it has very fundamental effects on our society. What I want to um, cover in this, at least suggest, is that inequality has very detrimental effects to health and well-being, to democracy, and also to our chances of moving towards sustainability. I'm going to deal actually very little with the democracy issue, but here in this slide you can see the way in which the political divide between left and right, which has made policy and politics almost impossible in the United States, how that polarization tracks inequality. And also there are papers showing that it contributes to the tendency to elect um, populist leaders and so on, the desire for a strong man and so on. And of course, we also know how the rich increasingly use their money to influence politics. So in those ways, it's very damaging to democracy. But I want to take you through a range of social problems, which we really covered, I suppose, in our spirit level book. We looked at income differences between rich and poor in the rich, developed market democracies, and looked at how those inequalities related to the prevalence of all sorts of health and social problems. So you can see here the tendency for more unequal countries to have worse life expectancy, lower maths and literacy scores amongst kids, more infant mortality, higher homicide rates, more people in prison, more teenage births, lower levels of trust, people feeling they can't trust others in society, higher rates of obesity, more mental illness, and less social mobility. All these problems are problems that have social gradients in our society. So you all know, if you go to the poorest areas of Dublin, it's there that you'll find health is worst and that kids' educational outcomes are worst. So there are problems like that that has those social gradients, and they all get worse with more inequality. The only surprise is they don't just get worse amongst the poor. The biggest effects are amongst the poor, but they get worse amongst the vast majority of society, even comfortably off people with good jobs, education, and so on. We were worried when we put this graph together, which is basically combining all those outcomes in one index, with worse outcomes being higher, related to income inequality along the bottom, the most unequal societies on the right. So USA doing worst, Portugal, UK, this is when we did this work, so these figures are out of date, but it shows the extraordinary tendency for problems to be worse in more unequal societies. And at the left end, countries like Norway, Sweden, Japan, with smaller income differences, doing better. But we were worried that people would think we'd just chosen problems to suit our argument. But here you can see on this next slide the same issue in the index of child well-being. It's an index that it contains, I think, about 40 different components. So it's designed to measure child well-being in the rich countries. It includes child immunization rates, whether there's bullying in schools, whether kids feel they can talk to their parents, all sorts of issues like that. And you see here, this time, worse scores are at the bottom, so the same line up, the most unequal countries on the right doing worse. Extraordinarily clear picture, whether you look at one of these or issues or the other. And more recently, of course, there have been lots of papers showing that COVID rates, death rates, and case fatality rates have been worse in the more unequal countries. A very clear pattern, and I think there are now 6, 7 papers showing that pattern. When I say papers, I mean peer-reviewed papers in academic journals. I want to just show you how tight the relationships are between inequalities and some of these outcomes. So let me just show you a few. There you've got rates of imprisonment. You see that up the side you've got a log scale. So that means on the vertical axis, the difference between 1 and 10 is the same as from 10 to 100, or from 100 to 1,000. And you see the huge differences in the proportion of the population imprisoned in each country. It goes down to about 40 per 100,000 in Japan, up to over 400 per 100,000 in the United States. And most of that is not because of more crime. Some of it is more crime, but most of it is more punitive sentencing. If you look at something like social mobility in this next slide, you see that in more unequal countries there is less social mobility. So the idea that inequality of incomes is justified because, you know, if you work hard you rise to the top, and if you don't you move down, that's false. If you want more social mobility, you have to narrow the income differences. As I said earlier in this talk, where income differences are bigger, the effects of class and status are more powerful, and so parents' income is a more powerful determinant of what happens to kids. And this actually is a graph of intergenerational income mobility. So basically it's asking, do rich parents have rich children and poor parents have poor children, or doesn't parental income make much difference? And you see the more unequal the incomes in the society, the countries on the right, the more powerfully income reduces social mobility. There are now lots and lots of papers showing different effects of inequality, but one that I saw recently is this one on what are called lost wallet experiments. People in this experiment, I think, leave wallets around and look to see how many are returned. And you see it's only about 20% in the more unequal countries, whereas 80% or so come back in more equal countries. Just one more of these sort of pictures of the general effects of inequality. People often, of course, imagine that inequality produces initiative, creativity, and so on. But this graph is a graph of patents per head of population as a rough measure of how innovative, creative a society is. And you see that innovations or patents per head of population is lower, again, in the more unequal countries. Just to summarize, we've done this kind of work on, just trying to get the next slide, yes, a whole range of outcomes, not so much a fishing expedition, but looking at these problems that have these social gradients. The data isn't our own, it's just downloaded from OECD or WHO, international organizations like that. But all these things to do with social relations, the quality of social relations in a society, or some of those health outcomes, or the human capital outcomes to do with education and social mobility that I've just mentioned, all worse. So I want now to take you to what I think is perhaps at the core of the effects of inequality, basically how it affects our social relationships. Um, and in this next slide, you can see how participation in voluntary groups is lower. People are less likely to belong to choirs or gardening clubs or community associations of different kinds. Uh, Public life, if you like, community life atrophies. Inequality is, as I think people have always intuited, divisive, um, and socially corrosive. But not only does community life deteriorate, but you see people are less likely to trust each other. You see in this graph about 20% of the population in the more unequal countries feel they can trust others, agree that most people can be trusted. That's the measure on the vertical axis. But in more equal societies on the left, perhaps 60, 70% feel they can trust others. If you're walking home alone in a big city, you'll feel much safer. If you're walking home in a more equal city, in a more equal country. And of course, these things are so important to well-being and, if you like, civil liberties, and particularly for women, not to feel that they can walk where they want in the evening, and it's really fundamental. But with that decline in trust, decline in the strength of community life, you also get a rise in violence. There are very many papers now using data from around the world that shows, usually taking homicide as the measure of violence, that homicides per head of population are higher in more unequal societies. These red dots are American states, and the blue triangles at the bottom left are Canadian provinces. Look at the scale of the differences. It goes from about 15 homicides per million population up to 150 or so. Vast differences. And actually, if you look at much more unequal countries than these rich developed countries, look at this picture I took in Mexico when we were giving some lectures there. People there with much, much bigger income differences, even in the United States. It's all gone a stage further. People there are frightened of each other. They barricade their windows and doors with the bars and so on, and they have razor wire around their gardens. And actually, in South Africa, in this next slide, you see exactly the same thing. Those horizontal wires at the top are, of course, an electric fence. So you see that with rising inequality, the deterioration in social relations in society, which is, and in terms of the quality of lives, the studies of the determinants of happiness and so on, they all say your involvement with other people, quality of social relationships, whether you're involved in community life, are really powerful determinants of happiness and well-being. I may say also of health. And that picture I've just given you of the damage of inequality to social relationships is confirmed by totally different data in this next slide. Two American economists looked at the proportion of the population in each country involved in what they called guard labor. That means people working in security occupations, police, prison officers, in effect, all the people we use to protect ourselves from each other in a society where you can't trust others. The proportion of the population in guard labor jobs rises. Another confirmation of a quite different kind of exactly the same process of deteriorating relationships. I want us to touch on the implications for mental illness, which of course increasingly bothers our societies, very high rates of mental illness. And there are now studies which show that a number of mental illnesses and personality disorders are triggered by people feeling triggered by the experience of hierarchy, dominance, and subordination, either triggered or exacerbated by issues to do with hierarchy, the feelings of either assuming your superiority or endlessly having to fight against being put down, or perhaps on the contrary, feeling you're no good, you're hopeless, low self-esteem, and finding social contact very stressful, and so withdrawing, avoiding social life, if you like. And there are now papers that show that in more unequal societies there is more mental illness. This is from a recent paper in the British Medical Journal. And along the bottom there, you've got the strength of the correlation between inequality in each country and mental illness. So much higher rates of mental illness in all those long blue lines going to the right. And we find that there seem to be two patterns in more unequal countries, either people like this feeling inferior, basically, that they're not smart enough, not good enough. Particularly, I think, teenagers, young women, finding, the sort of what psychologists call the social evaluative threat is just too much. I'm going to skip that slide. But also, people worried about how they're seen and judged. They might not simply withdraw from social life. They might try and do the opposite, big themselves up, self-aggrandizement, and so on. And we do find evidence of that in more unequal countries, that self-enhancement, self-aggrandizement increases in more unequal societies. And finally, I think that's because this is important in how it affects our chances of moving towards sustainability. One of the ways in which we big ourselves up, of course, is buying more status goods. And there are now a number of studies that show that in more unequal societies, you're more likely to buy a fancy car, an expensive car. You spend more money on status goods and so on, because that's how you try and improve self-presentation to other people. And unfortunately, the advertisers know this only too well and use it to wheedle away at our vulnerabilities. Of course, if we are going to move towards environmental sustainability and well-being, we have to be able to reduce the power of consumerism. And that, I think, can only be done by dramatically reducing inequality. it really has so many damaging effects and reduces our ability to act together as a society. It makes people less public spirited. We find that more unequal countries emit more CO2 per $100 of GNP. People are less likely to, for instance, ride bicycles in those more unequal countries. They do less recycling. So all those sort of public spirited things, awareness of these issues, is damaged by greater inequality. And basically, we have to think about reducing income differences both before tax, reducing the income differences of original market incomes, if you like, or reducing income differences through redistribution. I think we have to do both. I said or, but it shouldn't be or. We have to do both those things. Irish income distribution has been rather exceptional in terms of most countries. While most countries, developed countries, seem to have inequality has grown since about 1980 with the rise of neoliberal economics and so on, the weakening of trade unions, the lowering of top tax rates, all those sort of things. The evidence suggests actually that in Ireland you've had, if anything, slight reductions in inequality. So that's important, but there's a long way to go. Let me just show you the picture of inequality trends, long-term trends, through much of the 20th and early the current century. That long fall in inequality from sometime in the 1930s till the end of the 70s, and then the rise of inequality from then on. I think that is to large extent the rise and then the fall of social democratic thinking, the rise of trade unions, the rise of the labour movement, and then the decline of it. A graph which I think is really indicative of that, which I've now seen repeated for a number of countries, is this one, showing that top line is inequality in the United States, that red line, over much of the 20th century, and the bottom line is the proportion of the population in working population in trade unions. One is a mirror image of the other. Not, I think, mainly because unions transform wages, but I think more that union membership shows the, if you like, the strength of the countervailing voice in society, how important socialist, social democratic views are, and feelings of solidarity and so on. But you need to think of inequality as politically driven. There seems to be a lot of agreement now to that from all sorts of people, including Thomas Piketty, writing about inequality. I think the evidence now is undeniable that politics are really the driver of trends in inequality. It is the top incomes that have done the damage. The rise in income differences within companies. You see that the differentials in 1970s between CEOs at the top and average company employees was 30 or 40 to 1, but then in the first decade of this century it had risen to 200, 300 or 400 to 1. And that expansion of the pay gap within companies is very bad for their performance. and not. It's shown that it's not related to productivity, the difference that the CEOs make. It's not performance related at all. I think that the way we have to go in future is to expand democracy into the workplace, into the economy. Increasingly, I think democracy is made less and less meaningful when confined to the political sphere. We can make it more meaningful if we expand its coverage. And rather than increasing inequality as the old communist countries did by diktat, I think we have to do it the opposite way, by expanding democracy, the openness and so on. I think we need more incentives to employee-owned companies, to systems of employee representation on company boards, which I think we must make sure it isn't just token representation, ideally increasing over time till employees hopefully one day are the majority on company boards. I want to end with this slide showing the extent of inequalities, health inequalities in Ireland. And I think this is one of the most obviously, well, I think it's one of the, perhaps the biggest social injustice in our societies, that there are these huge differences in life expectancy. We know largely how they're determined by these structural inequalities, by class, by pay differences, and so on. And it's worse than imprisoning people without trial. I'm sorry that's not very up-to-date data. 2010, I couldn't find more up-to-date data on the health inequalities in Ireland. But you can be sure that you have those large inequalities. They do change over time. In Britain, when we had Thatcher's period in office, our health inequalities increased. When we had that long period of Labour government under Blair, they decreased slightly, not very much, because he didn't do enough about the structural issues like inequality. So thank you very much. I'll leave it there.
Richard, thank you so much. That was an incredibly fascinating presentation. Folks, if there's anyone that wishes to ask a question, I'm going to ask you to come up here to my right and your left side to ask a question. I'll get the ball rolling if that's okay. Richard, I'm very conscious that 1 in 6 people in Ireland at this minute are living in or at risk of poverty. The area that we're in at the minute is an inner city community, has the highest rate of respiratory problems in the country associated with that inequality. Poverty is corrosive to the very human spirit. It attacks the senses. People who experience poverty, they can smell it in terms of the environment in which they live, they can taste it in the food they cook, they can hear it in terms of the overcrowded nature of their accommodations. But in your most recent book, The Inner Level, you talked about how inequality removes people from the systems. They remove themselves away from kind of collectivism. How do a political party like ourselves, how do we engage communities once again who have experienced such poverty that they've removed themselves from the systems?
Well, I think it's important to remember that poverty is not just being without stuff, it is also the feeling of failure, of being regarded as inferior and looked down on and so on. Sorry, across?
No, we can hear you, Richard.
So the poverty is not simply being without stuff. It is also class distinctions, inferiority, and so on. I think one of the best ways of overcoming or beginning to overcome some of the sense of inferiority and lack of choice or influence or lack of power in society is things that improve self-efficacy, community action, trade union action, anything that allows people to feel they are successfully standing up to the powers that be in society, getting improvements in their community. I think that anything that increases people's sense that there are ways of making themselves felt. Maybe even belonging to political parties, certainly belonging to trade unions are important. So I do emphasize that it is inequality, not just poverty, because even when you talk about poverty, you are talking about relative poverty. You're talking about the proportion of the population living on less than 50 or 60% of the median income. Can I just take another minute to say there was a study looking at people's experience of poverty in different societies in Uganda, India, China, Pakistan, Korea, the UK, and Norway. So they were asking people in poverty in those both rich and poor societies. And the psychosocial effects, although poverty means such different things in those societies, the psychosocial effects are absolutely fundamental. The study said respondents universally despised poverty and frequently despised themselves for being poor. Parents were often despised by their children, women despised their menfolk, and some men were reported to take out their self-loathing on their partners and children. And despite generally believing that they'd done their best against all odds, they mostly considered that they'd both failed themselves by being poor and that others saw them as failures. You know, that's the meaning of poverty in our societies. And it's that you need to be addressing. And even people who are homeless, if you talk to them, it's the feeling that their lives are a total failure. It's the levels of anxiety and so on, even more than hunger or whatever. So, well, that's all I say on that now.
Thank you, Richard. So we're going to open up the questions, guys. We're going to keep the questions very short, maybe 15 seconds for a question and end it with a question mark. Angela.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay, Professor Wilkinson?
Yeah.
Hello, hi. Thank you so much for your presentation, Angela Flynn, Vice Chair. I rely on your work very heavily teaching undergraduate nursing students about the social determinants of health, and I tell them the spirit level is essential reading, and it should be for all health professionals. My question is in relation to the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, when societies were asked to pull together and, support each other and act for the greater good. Do you think there's any chance that that has had an impact in improving the potential for more solidaristic communities or not?
I think it had that effect initially with the lockdowns, but I think that people soon became blasé about it, cynical about it. I do think that the forces of inequality are really important in affecting that sense of togetherness. It may seem inappropriate to quote something from the last war to an Irish audience, but apparently our government during the war decided that it had to lower the whole social hierarchy in society and reduce inequalities in order to get people to feel that the burden of war was fairly shared, to get people to participate in the war effort. They reduced inequality. And I think we have to do that for if we're going to make the transition to sustainability. We must feel we're all in this together. Otherwise, you get the problems that President Macron had in France with the Gilets jaunes. People who felt that the proposed fuel tax was totally unjust. You need to be very careful in how you propose some of the, for instance, green taxes. I think you need sliding scales. So the first lot of electricity used is very cheap, but the more you use, the more highly taxed it is. And the same with all sorts of other things. So poor people with lower consumption pay much less whatever the taxes, whatever they're using. Devices like that to make it fairer.
Thank you.
Councillor Owen O'Brien, Richard, I'm elected from the western suburbs of Dublin. The Spirit level provides the statistical analysis and evidence for social democracy, so we cannot hear the messages often enough. I wanted to know, did Margaret Thatcher say that society does not exist? And if she did, was it a throwaway comment, or did she really know that the bonds would break down? And what would your short answer be to a statement from a Conservative saying that society doesn't exist? Thanks.
I think COVID has shown how important society is, even if you're just an epidemiologist thinking of infection rates. But it's interesting now, there are all sorts of studies that show lots of other patterns, behavioral things, characteristics, move almost as if they were infections. So if you have friends who are really overweight, it increases your chance of being overweight. If you drink heavily, it increases the chance that other people will drink heavily. There are endless indications that we are a society. Our behavioral norms influence each other. That it's, we can't just behave totally differently from everyone else. And so in epidemiology, we see that you have to deal with people at extreme risk of any problem. You have to move the whole distribution of whatever behavior it is. Thatcher, I think, was saying she doesn't really believe in anything that isn't concrete. So there are individuals, there are families, but this vague stuff we talk about, it's not a society, it's just lots of people. I think that's what she meant.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Karen.
Hi, good morning, Professor. It's a pleasure to hear you speak. I rely very heavily on your work as well in my teaching, so it's an honour to hear you speak this morning. Angela asked my first question, so thanks for that, Angela. But I had one question that I wanted to ask just about the data. You mentioned around the emotional response to inequality manifesting either in the social evaluative threat or the self-aggrandisement that we see. Does the data show any gendered difference in how that manifests? So I was wondering, simply because you had a female picture talking about the evaluative threat and a man talking about the self-aggrandisement, so I wondered, is that a reflection of what the data shows? Thank you very much.
I think there is a tendency of that kind. I think it comes from exactly the same place, that it's the insecurities that make you big yourself up or feel your inferiority. And of course, there are both men and women who fit either pattern. I think there is a tendency for more men to go into the bigging themselves up, the self-aggrandizement, and more women into depression and so on. That's a fairly familiar pattern. In general, though, that with bigger income difference in societies, all the other inequalities seem to increase. So the disadvantage, the pay disadvantage of women, or the disadvantage in access to top jobs increases with bigger income differences. Women's participation, political participation, seems to be lower in more unequal societies. And the same for ethnic conflicts and so on. The divides are bigger. The tendency to regard people at the bottom as inferior, to try and big yourself up, to believe that you're superior to other people if you are at the top. It's all the same picture. And it all comes from the insecurities of the social evaluative threat. And actually, no, I can't remember the name of the psychiatrist who talked about, no, I'm sorry. To be human is to feel inferior. Someone who broke away from Freud said that, but he didn't realize that those tendencies are worse in more unequal societies.
Thanks, Professor. Next.
Good morning, Richard. I noticed that in Ireland and in my own area, in the last 6 months, I know 6 people, mostly young people, who have committed suicide. And I think it's a growing problem in Ireland. But I noticed you highlighted in one of your slides that the level of inequality in society doesn't seem to affect suicide rates. Can you briefly tell us exactly why you think that is? Thank you.
Yes, I do. We noticed that in our spirit level book and had a page or so on it. I think actually the explanation is fairly clear. There is some truth in the sort of cliche that violence either goes out against other people or in against yourself. And in some statistical series, you see suicide and homicide moving inversely. And I think that in more unequal societies, you are more likely to blame other people for what goes wrong. I mean, if for instance, your partner leaves you for someone else, or you get sacked from your job, you could either blame yourself for that, or you could blame other people. And which you do presumably affects whether you're violent against others or against yourself. And it, I think, is fairly clear that the tendency to blame yourself is greater in more equal societies. Although suicides are slightly more common in more equal societies, depression is not. Depression is more common in more unequal societies. So I think it has that kind of an explanation of the excess of suicides in more equal societies.
Next. Could you introduce yourself while you're speaking?
Jerry Brown, Kildare North. Richard, you mentioned about the British wartime government, which I presume you meant Clem Attlee's Labour government in 1945, which set up the NHS. No? Well,
no, I mean right at the beginning of the war.
Oh, yeah.
When they wanted people to take part in the war effort, they decided they'd have to do it by increasing that sense of togetherness. The social policy, the father of social policy as an academic discipline, Richard Titmuss, in his History of War and Social Policy, says very explicitly that the government decided the hierarchy had to be lowered. It taxed luxuries, put subsidies on necessities, introduced rationing, made income tax much more progressive, and gained as a result of that feeling that we are all in it together. And of course, we do need to do that with dealing with the climate emergency.
But you must be disappointed that there are so few administrations in the world actually implementing fairness and equality. And the 1945 British government that set up the NHS did so in 3 years. And it's been shown that that government was one of the few administrations that narrowed the inequality between the rich and the poor. And in our own case here, it's now 8 years since a motion was proposed that got unanimous support in our Parliament to set up Sláinte Care, which would have been our equivalent of the NHS. And it just hasn't happened. And why do you think there is so few administrations willing to pursue fairness and equality?
Well, I think as I showed in that, you remember that graph of declining inequality from the 1930s to the late 1970s and then the modern rise of inequality. I think that is if you like, an indication of the strength of neoliberal ideology, free market fundamentalism, that swept the international picture in the around about 1980 with Thatcher and Reagan. And I think a lot of the political tendencies are international and ideological. In almost every country, the 1960s was a radical decade. Even if you go back to the 1848 revolutions, they happened on different continents. And the 1980s was extremely conservative and has gone on rather conservative, well, very conservative. Countries tend to move together. There are a few exceptions. I mean, the very unequal countries of South America, some of them have become a little bit less unequal. But I think we underestimate the power of the international ideology. I was very pleased when I found the data on inequality in Ireland, that it hadn't been getting dramatically worse as it has in so many other countries.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Is there any very quick questions, if there is any more? But yes, we'll finish with yourself. Very quickly, because we've only got a couple of minutes left.
Sorry, thank you, Professor. My name is Fifi Smith. I'm from Kildare North. I'm an ordinary member. I just wondered, when you were talking about how to reduce the power of consumerism and is there any way, you know, the way that the media will always use an easy measurement system like GDP and economic growth. I wonder, is there what's the most appropriate measurement to look to in a country to see available measurement system in a country to see where inequality is growing or collapsing with, you know, when government gives out measurements or information?
Well, measures of inequality are quite widely available. I think even the World Bank has them, but there are a number of sources, and if you Google it, you'll find the series, and if you look at Google Images, you'll see lots of graphs of different countries, and some of them international. But the Paris School of Economics has been producing a lot of extremely good long-term trends in inequality for different countries. So look at the Paris School of Economics. That's where Thomas Piketty is based. But the problem of consumerism, you know, we have to, consumerism is a sign of insecurity. And I think most of us probably feel that we don't buy things simply in order to look good. We start feeling that maybe our kitchen or whatever is looking a bit shabby. And we don't realize that that sense that it's shabby and looks bad actually reflects images we've picked up from all over the place. My wife sometimes is annoyed to find that when she looks at a color supplement with lots of, for instance, handbags, that immediately the one she likes turns out to be the most expensive. And so she realizes how her aesthetic is being manipulated all the time. And I think we have to deal with that, as I say, reduce the inequality that exacerbates that vulnerability. But we also have to get that sense of pulling together, of unity, which in itself helps us feel more at one with other people, worry less about how we appear, not only our sort of physical appearance, but whether people think we're clever or stupid or attractive or unattractive. Even it looks as if even plastic surgery and things like that are more common in more unequal countries. Less good data, of course, but that's the impression. So,
Richard.
sorry, not a very good answer.
No, that was a fantastic answer. Richard, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. It really was a fascinating way to spend the Saturday morning. The room has been engrossed in terms of your contribution, and the questions really demonstrated that. So, Professor Wilkinson, thank you so much for joining the Social Democrats today.
Thank you.
Okay, so for more riveting Saturday morning festivities, I'm going to hand over to the Standing Orders Committee.
Good morning, Conference. For those of you who weren't here last night, my name is Pat Marr from Dublin Bay North. I'm the Chair of the Standing Orders Committee. And I just want to run briefly over how motions and amendments and voting is going to work this afternoon. We're about to break into two sessions, one on housing and one on disability. When the speakers of the sessions finish, there will be the proposition and discussion on various motions relating to housing and disability. We'll then come back in here to vote. The way the proposition and the speaking and the motions will work is the proposer will be called. They can come up to the front. They have 2 minutes to speak on the motion. When they have finished, we will ask for people to speak against the motion and people to speak for the motion and alternate it that way. Anybody who wishes to speak on the motion will have 1 minute. If you wish to speak on the motion, please raise your hand. If you're chosen, please wait for the microphone. Stand if you can and give your name and branch. When the discussion on the motion is exhausted, we'll move on to the next motion. If there's an amendment, the way it will work is first the proposer will speak for 2 minutes, then the person proposing the amendment gets to speak for 1 minute, and then we will look for speakers against and for the amendment only. Again, 1 minute each, with the proposer of the motion being given the first option to speak against the amendment. When the conversation on the amendment has been exhausted, we will either move on to the next amendment or move back to speaking on the motion proper. Again, there will be no voting until we come back here. When the voting is called, please raise your lanyards or your registration cards high in the air so we can see how many people are voting for, against or abstaining on a motion. If it's not obvious which way it's going, we will ask for a count. And then, unfortunately, we have to ask you to keep your cards in the air until we finish the count. I think that's just about everything. Oh, if you're up here speaking, there is a timer on the screen down there so you can see it. I don't know if we have a timer downstairs in the Trinity room. No, okay. Well, we have a timer up here if you're up here either proposing a motion or proposing an amendment. Thank you. Oh, one final thing. Voting for election of officers opens just about now downstairs in the Goldsmith Suite, which is on the left as you go down the stairs into the basement, and will be open there until 2 o'clock. Oh, and in case there happens to be a problem and we need to leave the room rather quickly, there's a fire exit on this side, there's a fire exit on this side, and there's the fire exit through the door you came in at the back. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So, if you're staying for this session, could I just ask people to maybe move up a bit? Seeing it's about half. Great. Yeah, and there's a lot of data in this presentation. So, if you're in the first half of the room, you'll have a better chance of seeing it. And if you're not staying for the session, could I ask you please to leave, if that's okay, and have your chats outside. So just the people standing at the back, if you could either join the session or leave, please. Yeah, sorry, just the people standing at the back, if you could join the session or leave. Thank you. Thanks very much. That's great. And you don't have to sit in the top half, that's just a request. So yeah, okay, that's great. Thanks very much. And thanks to everyone who's joining this session on housing. We're going to have a presentation from Lorcan Sir, we're going to have some questions and answers, and then we're going to take a discussion on the motions, which Sheila is going to chair. Just can I get an indication just before we start as to how many people are hoping to speak on the motions? How many people? No one. Okay. So, yeah, so there is someone proposing the motions, but we're just going to allocate the time based on that. So that means we might have a bit more time for questions and answers then, as people aren't indicating that they want to speak on the motions. So just to introduce Lorcan Sir, and firstly I want to thank Lorcan for coming to do this. He's told me that he didn't get his night out last night as a result, which is very, very impressive. Lorcan is a senior lecturer in housing, planning and development in the Technological University of Dublin. He's written major publications as a former Sunday Times columnist on housing. He's a board member of the Irish Refugee Council and the Fire Station Artists Studios. He holds an MA in Literature from the Catholic University Leuven in Belgium and an MA and PhD in Planning and Development from the University of Manchester. Lorcan is very generous with his time on housing. He's considered one of the leading, if not one of the leading academic commentators on housing in Ireland. And you'll often meet people from across the housing sector from very different viewpoints who say that Lorcan is a very fair in his commentary, which you probably don't get said about many others, which I think is a credit to the high esteem that he's held in. And he's always been very helpful to us and others in terms of inputting in housing policy, which is something that we very much appreciate. And I think also it's fair to say that Lorcan, like some of the people who are best with their knowledge in housing or other areas, he carries that knowledge in a very, in a very light way. He doesn't, if you ask him a question about something, he doesn't make you feel silly for asking a silly question or whatever, which is, I think, a really great trait to have for anyone who has expertise in this area. So I'll just hand you over to Lorcan now, and then we'll do some questions and answers before handing over to motions. Thank you.
I have to say I don't recognise myself there at all. Thanks, Cian. I'm just going to push this up a little bit there so I make sure I can be heard, and we'll just test the pointer, which is not great on a screen like that. Anyway, doesn't matter. So what I have about half an hour to talk to you about housing. And what I do with this presentation is I look at data, and normally what I do this, I've done this presentation for a few different organisations, but I tweaked it slightly for today. But even people like the National Disability Authority, some of the unions, the Central Bank, and what happens is when I give the overarching data, which is what this is all about, you can kind of join the dots to match your own agenda or your own lobbying requirements or whatever at the bottom end. So I was surprised when the National Disability Authority wanted to see me, but actually they got lots of stuff out of this as well, and I couldn't join the dots at all, but anyway, they joined the dots. And the same with some of the unions, and the same, I can't remember whoever I gave this to before, but I've done this, I've kind of changed it a fair bit. That's what I was doing last night actually, changing it to kind of suit the audience. So the first thing we're going to look at is we're going to look at different types of housing output. What are we building and who are we building it for, or who is it being built for? And what are the implications of that? So the first one I want to look at is social housing output. Don't mind all the data, right? This is Mel Reynolds. Mel is an architect and kind of policy guru, and he spends a lot of time. The Department of Housing released a 200-page PDF with loads of lines on it, and Mel has to go through it with a ruler and a pencil basically to make this work, and they refused to release the Excel spreadsheet. which is a disgrace, despite the Crown Court telling them to do it several times. And so we go through this, and Mel has never really been wrong. I think he was out by one house one year, out of thousands. So I think, you know, we're okay. And that's the interesting thing about this, is when you see what has been built and who has been built. Unfortunately, Fingal, so this is the local authority and AHB output, Fingal directly built 0 houses, social houses last year, and nor did they buy any in the turnkeys. And, you know, obviously that's the Minister of Housing's own constituency there. And unfortunately, Cork, where the Taoiseach comes from, also managed to build 0 houses, Cork City 0 houses, and bought 0 houses as well in terms of turnkeys. And that's pretty shocking, to be honest with you. Now, nobody did really well. Fingal, it gets really interesting when you match it to the housing waiting list. Fingal, who directly built 0 and bought 0, the council themselves, the AHB did the heavy lifting for them there. They've got nearly 5,600 households. These are households, not people, on the social housing waiting list. Dublin, the 4 Dublin local authorities, does this actually work on this thing? No, it doesn't. Anyway, the 4 Dublin local authorities in the green circle at the bottom, you don't have to read the numbers, 175 houses between the 4 of them. Last year, and of course the 4 Dublin local authorities housing waiting list, on the waiting list is nearly 26,000 households, and if there's another, you know, if you add on HAP, we've got a total of about 60,000 people on the social housing waiting list in the country, and another 60,000 on HAP, and we managed a total of, I think, about 4,500 social houses last year, so we're not really at the races. But it's interesting to see, but the one on the right is basically the small counties have issues as well. You think it's just Dublin and Waterford and Galway and Limerick. It's the small counties. Clare built like 30 something houses last year, whatever, but they have 414 households on the waiting list there, you know, and the same with Cavan and Sligo and Limerick and whatever. So every county has its own issues there. So in 2021, you know, together local authorities and AHBs satisfied less than 9% of the total housing need, and Dublin was like less than 5% of their total housing need requirement. The heavy lifting has been done by the approved housing bodies. It gets interesting at this stage. We started doing this when Simon Coveney was Minister, Rebuilding Ireland, so we've got a good few years data at this stage, so that's just looking at the national data or the totals between local authorities and HB's output, and then Dublin at the bottom. And what you see there, what we're trying to look at there is the 35, 65 and 40, 60 number. So for pretty much for every house nationally, for every house that councils and AHBs are directly building, they're buying 2 brand new ones. And in Dublin, the Dublin local authorities, for every 4 they're directly building AHBs and approved AHBs and the local authorities, they're buying 6. And that's buying brand new houses. And the trends are really that AHB, in particular turnkeys, so that's the purchase of new properties, is up tenfold in the last 5 or 6 years. And on local authority build rates are falling off a cliff, particularly in Dublin, which is not what you want. Like, you want to see, like Deeper a few years ago had a report out saying that in areas where rents are high, which are Dublin, Galway, Cork, the major urban areas, you should be building, and where rents are low, you should be renting. So in the more rural counties, but we're actually doing the opposite. We're renting in the large urban areas and we're building houses in some of the smaller places. So we're not even following government's own advice, if you know what I mean, which we don't. I know, I'm doing this for a long time. Housing policy goes in forward and reverse gear at the same time, always, and it'll never meet. We should also forget that that's the gross addition to stock, 4,500 houses, whatever it was last year. We have to remember we're also selling off housing in terms of tenant purchase as well, and you can argue the pros and cons of tenant purchase all day long. Since 1989, we're selling about 850 houses per annum, but even in the last 10 years, we're selling 375 houses, 373 houses a year to the tenants. What that means, I'm not going to argue the rights and wrongs of it, but what it means is that out of the 1,400 direct build local authority houses last year, you can take pretty much 400 off that because we're selling so many to various people. And the state is also heavily involved in the purchase of second-hand houses as well. In 2017 to 2020, from 2017 to 2020, non-household purchases, so that's the state and the institutional funds. Revenue divide this up into household purchases, that's you and me, and non-household, which is companies, basically institutional funds, and the state. Nationally, it's gone from 16 to 23% of all second-hand purchases, and in Dublin from 13 to 16%. So they're heavily involved in the second-hand market as well. Councils averaging around 2,200 purchases of second-hand houses every year, and in 2019 about a third of all second-hand purchases, house purchases in Dublin 10, which is out, I think, Drimna and Crumlin that way, and Dublin 17, which I think is Coolock, about a third of them were actually, not about, exactly a third of them were local authority purchases or AHB purchases. So the state is hugely involved in second-hand houses as well, as are the institutional funds. Don't think that the institutional funds are just involved in new apartments. They're also involved in new houses and second-hand houses. The market housing, this is one I really like. So what's coming to the market? So that basically means, when I say what's coming to the market, people like us, ordinary people out there, what is there for us to buy every year, or your kids or your cousins or your whatever it is, right? And this is where things get really interesting. So market, that's for those, we'll come to that picture later on, but this is the one that I like. So you don't have to worry too much about the table, but across the top in the grey line are how many houses we're building every year. So single houses, they're typically one-off houses. You know, your bungalows are two-storey houses, mostly down the country, but not necessarily all of them. Apartments, and then what the CSO called scheme houses, which are housing estates, basically, which a lot of us grew up in, including myself. And you can see that the total output has gone from 14,300 to nearly 20,500 last year. So total output has gone up by 43%. Yippee, we all think, great. But how much of that actually comes to the market? So how much of it ends up in your estate agent's window available for you to buy as a first-time buyer, or second-time buyer, or whatever, as a new house? So to get that number, what you have to do, the first red lines across there, so you take away then all the things that will never come to the market. For example, what typically doesn't come to the market are one-off houses. They're quite often bespoke houses built for specific people. They're not going to sell them. They don't appear in Sherry Fitzgerald's window. And the other thing that's increasingly not coming to the market, obviously, are apartments. There's well over 90% of apartments, and particularly in large areas like Dublin, don't come to the market. They're built for funds, by funds. Okay. The other thing, of course, that doesn't come to the market is social housing output. That's for local authorities and AHBs and the state. When you take that away, what you see in the green, you probably can't see the second green line, it doesn't matter, that the amount of housing, despite housing output going up by 43%, the amount of houses coming to the market for us to buy has gone down by nearly 43%. So the output has gone up, and you'll hear the minister and all the political parties say, boasting about the housing output being up. It's not about output going up, it's about what kind of output it is. And this is why the supply mantra that they come out with on the late debate on all these problems that the politicians is effectively nonsense. It has to be the right supply at the right price and the right tenure. And we can see from this that as supply is happening, it's increasing, but our price is going down, of course they're not. So, because we're building the wrong supply. So the amount of houses that come to the market, has gone down from nearly 50% in 2017 to less than 28% last year. So what's driving the change? If it's gone up by 43%, what is 40? Do you want to ask a question? Can we wait till the end, if you don't mind, because there are loads of stuff to get through.
Still below the 35 to 45,000.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely, it's nowhere near, and it won't get there. Prices, look, the whole crack about supply bringing down prices doesn't happen, okay? It just doesn't work. And for those of you who did UCD economics, I'm sorry to burst your supply demand bubble, right? But builders don't build when prices are falling, okay? We'll come back to it at the end, all right? So the percentage has gone down from about 1 and 2 to less than 28%, okay? So what's driving that change? What you see is driving the change is build-to-rent output has gone up by between just under 11% to nearly a quarter of all housing, and social housing output has gone up from about 10 or 11% to a quarter of all housing. Okay, so the development of private housing for sale has gone down. Last year we built less than 6,000 houses came to the market. So this is all this stuff. So the average is less than 7,000 for the last 5 years, 6,991. What's the target for this year in Housing for All? Well, rather sneakily, the department say the target is 11,500 private rental and private sales. They conflate the two numbers together. Killian Woods asked them, the journalist of the Business Post, who does great work on housing, he asked them to break that down, and they said it's 2/3, 1/3, which means their ambition for this year is 7,590 houses, which is a mere 8.5% increase on the average over the last 5 years. So it's not, they don't seem to have much interest in stimulating the development of housing for sale, which is a real pity. Now, the stuff that I want to talk about now is the role of land. Land is really critical in determining house prices and why that's true. If you look at that site, I can't even remember where that site is, but I'm just putting it up there to kind of show you. That's a site and it's worth X amount. Depending on how many houses I can get on it, it's worth 1 million or 10 million or 20 million or 100 million, whatever it is. But the value of that land and the value of all my other land in that area will be dependent on the sales price I can get for the house. So this is stuff we teach in first year property development in there. So the sales price for a house, these are SCSI figures. I don't make up these figures. I use quantity surveyor figures. if the sales price of a house, and bear in mind why all policy is not geared towards bringing down the sales price of a house, it's geared towards helping you afford what's on offer, not making what's on offer more affordable. So if the sales price of a house goes up by 10%, look at the value on land, it goes up by 46%. Okay, let's have a look at an apartment. Apartment's even better crack. An apartment, if the sales price of a new apartment goes up by 10%, the value of all my other land in that area goes up by 68%. So you can see that landowners are a large, very powerful lobby in the property development industry, you know, quite often with open access to the Custom House. As far as I can see, you can see why they will want anything not to bring down the sales price of new homes that they're building. And if you are a typical landowner, a large builder in Ireland, and you're building 500 or 1,000 houses a year, how come your company is worth hundreds of millions? It's not from building 1,000 houses, it's from the land bank that you own. So any minor tweak in the sales price of my new housing will affect all the thousands of other sites that I own. And that's why it's critical for the development industry to maintain sales prices. This is basic stuff that we teach in work, but policymakers in the department, I don't think they can get their head around this at all. So that affects, the reason I put the picture up at the start was because all my other sites that I own in that area are directly affected by the sales price I can get for the one in the red line that I own. So it's critical for me not to have to reduce my sales price. And if sales prices do fall, I'm not building anymore until everything comes back up again. So that's a critically important thing to understand in housing policy, that it's all about, then we go in, we lobby for help to buy, we lobby for subsidies, we lobby for the central bank lending limits to be lifted. This is all about maintaining my land value. It's not about bringing down the price of housing or making housing more affordable. And so you see, we end up in a situation where the government are giving €120,000 to developers, actually up to €144,000 to developers, without any requirement to bring down the sales price, effectively, because that would affect the value of all the other sites and lands that they own. And it's not healthy, obviously, it's not good. So if you remember anything today, remember that, the impacts on this. Every planning change, and if you go back to that site, so that site, if I can get 100 houses on it, it's worth X amount. If I can get 1,000 houses on it or apartments on it, it's worth a whole lot more, right? But that means if it's worth more, the person who buys it off me has to pay more, and whatever comes out the other end, whether it's rents or sales prices, is also going to be directly affected. So the price paid for land has a huge effect on the sales price or rents coming out the other end. So all the planning changes, we can get more units, we can build higher, smaller units, lower standard. That's all about squeezing more units on the same price of land, the same piece of land, and of course the effect on land value is that way. So all the planning changes that have been made have made housing less affordable, not more affordable. Made it more lucrative, but less affordable for us. Most of those planning changes were brought in by the principal planner at the time, who is now the planning regulator, whose job now is to mark the homework of local authorities and their development plans to make sure that the really poor policies that he introduced are now in their development plans. And that is a huge problem. So if I was in government tomorrow and Minister for Housing, the first thing I'd be doing is getting rid of those, because the Department of Housing themselves have a report that shows that 6 stories is the optimal height for building, viability, sales price, getting funding, all that kind of stuff. Because remember, with houses, you can build 10, sell 10, get money, build 10, phase them, it's called. You can't do that with apartments. You can't build the ground floor, the first floor, and then sell it, and then build the second floor. You have to do the whole lot at once. Building high, like high rises for high rollers, is what I kind of say. Building high is more expensive, and the quality typically, particularly now with the uber dense stuff we're looking at, is really poor. First-time buyers and others, this is just stamp duty stuff. We can see nationally that first non-household completions, so the state and funds, have gone up. Purchases of housing from stamp duty transactions gone from 17% to 41% in the last 5 years. At the same time, first-time buyer new home purchases have gone down from 54% to 38%. So they're being squeezed out of the market. If you look at Dublin, non-household completions have gone from about 36% to 65%, so basically 1/3 to 2/3. And at the same time, first-time buyer new home purchases have gone from 57% to 31% or 32%. So you can see it's totally flipped. And really what's happening here, you don't need to look at that. Nationally, first-time buyers in the last 5 years are up about 6%. Others, so that's movers, and movers aren't older people with kids flying the nest. Movers are people who maybe bought an apartment in their 20s, hooked up with someone, need a house, want to have kids, or just need a bigger house. It doesn't matter what you need it for. You're entitled to have whatever size house you want, as far as I'm concerned. Movers are down 20% nationally. In Dublin, first-time buyers are down 30%, and movers are down nearly 46%. They're not moving because there's nowhere for them to go to. And you wonder why second-hand prices are going like this, because there's nowhere for them, there's no new houses for them to buy, and quite often there's no choice with the second-hand houses either, so people are staying put. Bonkers stuff. So this means, I'm just watching my time here, there's loads of questions around this about the future of home ownership. Our home ownership is our wealth. Every person in this room is worth 175,000 on average. You probably won't find it in your Ulster Bank app, but when you go home to your house, if you're lucky to own one, you'll find it there. That's your wealth. So we're going to make people poor, and there's a whole class issue around that. Okay. Density, there's an obsession with density, and we end up with this kind of stuff. And this is a Fine Gael, I don't normally quote Fine Gael TDs in my presentations, but in fairness, I think he was asking a question rather than anything else. You know, above 35 units per hectare, only apartments can be accommodated. He's questioning this rather than supporting it, I think. So what we have, it's very interesting when you compare Ireland. So I want to question density, because density means more units on a site, and therefore what happens to the land? The land goes this way. Looking at Ireland there, this is Eurostat figures about how many apartments we have, how many semi-Ds and terraced houses we have, how many one-off houses. So that's Ireland picked out there. The other country that's really interesting there, just above us, is the Netherlands. 1/3 of the size of the country. Draw a line from Dublin to Galway, everything south is the Netherlands. 17.5 million people in there. They have more semi-Ds and terraced houses than we do. How do they do it? Because they build like this. What's the advantage of building like that? It's dense, but it's not high. So it can be built and sold affordably. Okay, so you don't need to have these high-rise things in order to get density. You just need to build smarter. Okay, and that's I'd live in any one of those all day long. I think they're brilliant. There's loads of parking there as well, just under the house or behind the house or wherever, you know, behind, not under, but behind the house and in kind of car parks at the end of the street. Even in the UK, this one here is a place called Goldsmith Street in Norwich, 2019, won an award from the architect. That's social housing. It's 82 units per hectare, 83 units per hectare, and it's beautiful, and there's loads of car parking there as well, and places for your kids to play and all that. Instead of that, we get this. This is O'Devany Gardens. Okay, a nightmare as far as like a future slum, right? Because if there's no market for it, the council is going to rent it. That's going to be a disaster, and so that we end up with things like that. Now, I would much rather that or that. That is very tricky. This thing, that or that, than that anywhere near me. And the people around O'Devany Gardens feel the same, because I spoke at one or two of their events about that, and I feel really sorry for them having to do that. So that's Bartra development there. I'd much rather that any day of the week. And you can add a story onto it. I know the other one is higher density. You can add a story. I don't care if you add 2 stories onto that. It's still good and better and the same. It'll be the same density. Instead of that, we're getting that. Look at the length of the corridors. You can't really see them, but the corridors are like 2-3 times the length of this room here. Okay, and they're quite tight, and this is particularly economists lobbying for lower standards to make development more, in inverted commas, viable. Okay, construction costs and sales, there's no relationship between construction costs and sales price. The sales price is whatever the market will give you. The construction cost tends to remain the same all the time. So that lobbying, particularly by economists, has just ended up with this, because the department weren't able to kind of counter it really. Long corridors, very poor units, very poor quality units. Here's some examples of the poor quality units. This is one that was proposed for Quinn's Pub, 37.5 square metres. The red circle that I have there is when you come in your front door, it bangs off your double bed. All right, that's what happens. It bangs off your double bed. Okay, and that's not good. And then you go through into a narrow space and into a studio. We call it a studio, and a little balcony at the other end. And that's off a corridor. That isn't off an open deck access or off the front, you know, off the street. That's off a corridor. Smells, lighting, ventilation, all that are huge issues in these places, particularly with long, narrow corridors. Second one was what was proposed for Holy Cross College. You see there's one tiny window on the far side. You come in your door pretty much into blackness, into a kitchen, and you have to go all through your generous 37.5 square metres, which is 2 disabled car parking spaces, basically. The third one is Goldsmith Street. You know the one I showed you a minute ago in the UK in Norwich? That's Goldsmith Street. The minimum size there is 55 square metres, which is a decent size for a one-bed. It's perfectly fine for a one-bed. And you come into a living room. You don't come into a bedroom. There's a window in the living room. There's 2 windows. There's a window in all the rooms. Amazing how generous they were. There's a window everywhere. And you have separate bedroom and dining room and kitchen and bathroom and all that. It can be done. We don't want to do it. We've been persuaded that density means high-rise, long, narrow corridors, lower ceilings, no balconies, all the kind of stuff that makes them really unlivable. But we're going to end up with that, and I swear to God, I would need to put money on it that councils are going to end up renting some of these, because I don't think there's a market for all of them there. Okay, finally, how am I doing? 8 minutes. Oh, I'm ahead of myself. Grand. For once. Okay, the really interesting thing, and I suppose you guys are all politically motivated. I'm not a member of any political party, because I talk to them all, and pretty much they all talk to me except Fine Gael for some reason. Which I kind of wear as a badge of honour now these days, despite my blue shirt and my parental heritage. Yes, funny, the irony is my grandfather and his brother were all Fine Gael councillors. My father was a Fine Gael member when he retired from the Department of Housing. So I have strong connections in this. Now he wasn't in the planning or housing side, he was a HR guy. But anyway, so the politics is really interesting of housing. And what you learn over the years, and I'm looking at this for a long time, okay, and I read the Dáil debates from the 1950s and all that kind of stuff. Nothing has changed, really. Okay, the way you make money has changed. It's no longer brown envelopes, it's getting policy changed. That's what makes developers really rich nowadays. And of course, it has the added advantage of being totally legal. And if you employ ex-government ministers who have a free pass to walk into Leinster House, much easier than I do, and patrol the corridors of power, you'll find policy changes. There's a great paper out there called De-Democratising the Irish Planning System by Waldron and McLennan in UCD. And it's really interesting to show how easy it was to get the policy change to bring in that SHD development process. And there's a quote in it that says they took our ideas lock, stock and barrel and put it in the legislation. The principal planning officer at the time was now the planning regulator. Okay, so politics, where you live, has a huge impact on how you vote. Okay, 1966, yeah, family loyalties are quickly being, but like where you live, like you might come from rural Cork where you're all hardcore Fianna Fáil or whatever, right? You come to a large urban area, you suddenly realise Fianna Fáil don't have as much to offer you in the housing crisis here, or whatever it is, 1966, Ireland was 50% rural, 50% urban, and that's 100 years after the UK, so we didn't have an industrial revolution or anything like that. So you see the urban population going up. We're now about 2/3, 1/3 urban, and 1/3, so 2/3 urban and 1/3 rural. So this is quite an interesting, for me, this is interesting in and of itself, okay? When you start to map the share of first preference votes to the main political parties against this, it gets really interesting. Do you want to see Fianna Fáil? Look at that, all right? So Fianna Fáil's share of first preference votes mirrors the decline in rural Ireland. You put a trend line on that, and it's exactly the same. I used to have trend lines, but it got complicated, so I took them off. So Fianna Fáil, and in fairness to me, Al Martin, he knows this. I spoke at their party thinking a few years ago, he showed this kind of stuff, and then he brought me back 6 weeks later to talk at the Ardèche, right, which is, 600 of the party faithful there with, loads of people in the front sharing hand cream when they all came up in the bus from Kerry, whatever, right? And there, the likes of me gets hammered, those kind of things, but he wanted me to get this message across to them, which I thought was really interesting. He gets this. Anyway, let's go to Fine Gael. Not much better in terms of trend line. Okay, so they're in trouble too. They're not in as much trouble as Fianna Fáil, I think. Okay, so you can see the decline in the population of rural Ireland has an impact on electoral results. You can see this yourselves anyway. I don't know what Labour are doing, to be really honest with you, on so many levels. I don't know what they're at. But they've a lot of rural heritage and also quite, have been traditionally quite strong in urban areas as well. But I think they probably have lost their anchor a little bit in the last little while. But so have a lot of the others. The only people who have kept their anchor, I think, are Fine Gael. They've stayed true to their. Actually, if anything, they've moved farther to the right and brought all what would have been left-wing parties into the middle. So now you have old-school Fine Gael people, and I know there's one particular journalist who rings me and says, "I'm thinking of writing a column to say everyone should vote Sinn Féin," because she doesn't recognise Fine Gael anymore because they've gone so far to the right. Sinn Féin policies are old-school Fine Gael and Fianna Fáil policies, basically, and so are yours in many respects, I suspect. But it gets more interesting when we strip out the rural population. Let's look at the urban population, and let's look at all the others. Okay, so you can see the PDs are in there as well, right? Hardly left-wing party. You guys are in there. There's a whole of Sinn Féin are in there. Paul Murphy's in there. All that, all in there. Okay, but you can see where the trend line is going. Okay, so it's kind of mirroring the rise in urban population. And just to annoy every party, particularly Fianna Fáil, when I do this, I tend to strip out Sinn Féin and just to put the Shinners in it as well. And you can see what's happening there. And that on the ground. You guys know this much better than me. I'm not really politically attenuated at all. But this is what's happening there. That's it all together. But you can see, this is something I wrote for the Daily Mail. Fine Gael in 1989 had 15 seats and now it's 8. Fianna Fáil had 21, now it's 7. The Greens have gone from 0 to whatever, 6 or whatever they have. And Sinn Féin has gone from 0 to 9 TDs. So you can see the trend of what's happening there in terms of, and that's very much about how where we live affects us on the ground. And some of the smaller parties, and yourselves, I'm sure, are no different, are very good on the doors and very good at local stuff. Some of the larger parties aren't. You never see them from one election to the next, and then they wonder why people are not voting for them. Whereas some of the other parties, I very much believe in an urban area, you have to be good on the doors between elections, and you have to be responsive on the doors between elections, and not just appear when you're looking for a vote. I very much believe that has a huge impact on that. Yeah, so there we go. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Lorcan, for that. That was very helpful, very useful. Just before we've a little bit of time for some questions and answers, and just before that, I just want to give a plug for. Lorcan was referencing Richard Waldron and his paper Democratising the Irish Planning System. I'd heavily recommend that for anyone who hasn't read it. Gives you a very clear insight into exactly how policy is shaped, especially in housing and planning in Ireland. He did research with different policymakers, lobbyists, and there's really key quotes from there, like Lorcan was saying, how when it came, for example, to it was the SHDs, wasn't it?
It's all about the SHDs.
Yeah, about the SHDs. There's this quote from one of the lobbyists saying that they basically met with the minister at the time, which was Simon Coveney, gave him their ideas and that they implemented them lock, stock and barrel. And actually they go through how the number of meetings they had and how their ideas were implemented, basically word for word.
The most egregious part was it was Simon Coveney who reached out to the lobbyists,
yeah,
not the other way around.
Yeah. He heard them on Liveline,
yeah,
and then he approached them and said, those ideas sound great, what do I need to do? And they met with him several times, explained it, and then he implemented it. And just if you want to hear more about that, Richard Waldron is speaking at the summer school that's been organised in Maynooth in August. So would really recommend reading the paper. It's very accessible, and if you can come along to that as well. So we've time for some questions and answers. So we might take a few questions and then deal with them as a group.
You don't need to do this,
yeah, well, we'll take a few. So is there a mic or anything? No. So we'll just take them from the floor. So yeah, first. We'll take a few at a time, maybe. So yeah, please. Yeah.
I'm actually asking a question on behalf of someone who couldn't be here today, which is our party chair, Gerard Bojo. He was asking if you were the Minister for Housing, what are the first things you would do?
That's one I get asked every now and then, and every time we answer it, I come up with a different answer. I think I would roll back on the reduced standards for a start. I think I would decrease taxation for small landlords, and I would tax the large funds quite considerably. So I'd bring down, because rental income for small landlords is treated as personal income effectively, so you pay it at the high rate, or depending, we need small, whatever you think about landlords, we need a functioning rental sector for lots of reasons. So I would lower the taxation, lower on smaller landlords, and if you were to bring in a rent cap, you'd get away with it by doing exactly that. But at the same time, I would actually make the funds and the REITs and all that pay a decent amount of tax if they should, or maybe make the two tax rates the same. I'd roll back on the poor standards. I don't know how possible this is, but I'd probably have a clear out at the top of all the Assistant Secretary Generals in there. I think that's part of the problem. You got to remember, right? We're on our 10th housing minister in the last 20 years. They last an average of something like 19 months. I calculated it there one day, right? 19 months, and things have got worse, not better. So, what's the problem here? And the problem is the ministers, without a doubt, particularly Simon Coveney. Like, he was very poor as a minister. They had to meet him 8 times to explain it to him. Like, not once. They met him 8 times to explain this kind of process to them. So I think, with no disrespect to the middle-ranking civil servants, Department of Housing, and there are some, I've met some really good ones in there, in fairness, but they tend to get shot down by the Assistant Sec Gen. So I don't know if that's possible, but I'd have a clear out of them and get some fresh blood in there,
Right, we might just take 2 or 3 questions and then, so, just, yeah.
Oh, I have a mic, yeah.
Hi, that was an excellent presentation. I'm wondering, what is your opinion on the role of setting up a state construction company to directly deliver social and affordable housing? Do you think it'd be a good idea or a bad idea?
And let's go for another question. So,
I have to remember them then.
Yeah, you do. I'll help you if need. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. I was wondering, you've given some great advice for what the state can do, but we as citizens feel like we're in a bit of a rock and a hard place. I know in the UK they're talking about doing more cooperative movements, so bigger housing property lots can be lived in just by a collective of 20 or 30 people. Do you recommend anything that we as citizens can do for the housing problem?
Let's just go for a third question on this side. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That was really interesting. Can I just ask, you mentioned the development in Queens where you're banging your front door off your bed. You don't envisage selling. Like, and that is it a case that bad quality housing is being built with the safety net of the council as the final purchaser, and is there a way we can block that?
Okay,
if you want to go with that
construction,
one, then, yeah.
well, I'll go for the construction one first. Who was that? Yeah, construction. Like, no matter what way you kind of, what's the phrase? Skin the goat or skin the cat, whatever way you skin the cat, whether from a developer's. I started off as a chartered surveyor. Okay, so we come at it from both sides. Mel works for developers. Like we come at it from all ways. No matter which way you skin this particular cat, all roads lead back to the greater state involvement in the delivery of housing at affordable levels. Okay, so. A state construction company, I think, is increasingly, a really obvious thing to do. We have the Land Development Agency, but I don't think they're really up to the a lot of them seem to be accountants rather than actual builders, if you know what I mean. A state construction company wouldn't mean that you'd have, we would be employing tradespeople or plumbers or electricians. It would mean that we'd have the facilities there whereby we could subcontract. We contract them to do the delivery for us. The LDA should be doing this, but they seem to be caught up in their own ideology or their own, red tape, and don't seem to be at it. Like Emil jokes there when the LDA was set up that he's going to build more houses in the next 5 years than they would. The LDA, this is like in 2018, and he has built one, and they built zero. So he has won on that one. So I think. You need. It's not just if the minister was here, which he never would be, particularly at anything I'm at anyway. He would argue that we have the LDA, but the LDA are effectively they seem to be an arm of KPMG or something like that. They're not. They're looking for the convoluted kind of self-financing. It's all everything that the government does is about kind of in a funny way with spending less money, particularly on the social housing, so they're relying on AHBs to do it rather than do it themselves, but at the same time looking to give developers 120 grand a pop. So I would be kind of minded favourably disposed towards a state construction company. But it wouldn't involve setting up a company full of builders and tradespeople and all that kind of stuff. It would be, a team of professionals subcontracting work out. Sorry, the next
cooperatives.
Oh yeah, that's. We used to have loads, where's that man gone? Yeah, we used to have loads of housing cooperatives in Dublin. Large parts of Dublin were built by housing co-ops. Teachers got together, civil servants got together up in Glasnevin, Whitehall. Gaeilgeoir civil servants got together, so you could only be a Gaeilgeoir if you had to be a Gaeilgeoir to buy all that kind of stuff. They've gone, and Cooperative Housing Ireland has gone into the role of an AHB more than anything else. I think there's loads of scope for it, but the problem nowadays is land is so expensive, raising the finance to do it as a citizen is really, really difficult. And because of our density requirements, so yourself and your mates might get together and buy have a couple of acres or a couple of hectares, and you go to the bank and you won't get funding. You go for planning permission for 10 houses for yourself and your 9 mates, and the Dublin City Council say no. The rules are that you must put 40 apartments on that site. And you go, hang on a second, and then so now you're a developer, and then you go to Bank of Ireland. They say, no, we're not funding you. Don't know you from Adam. So it's got really, really difficult. The only thing I can think of really, and it's back to politics, is that you start throwing those numbers at them. Like, those numbers of less than 7,000 houses a year coming on the market for sale. You have to kind of shove it down their throats, because I as much as I love the idea of housing co-ops and all that kind of stuff, it's really, really challenging. The banks are at the back of an awful lot of this as well. They get away with murder. Like, I should have 5 slides on the banks and their funding requirements, and how they've gone from being giving everybody money to giving nobody money. And that's a real problem. So now with the density requirements, only a handful of firms can afford not to have to go to a bank or will get money from a bank, which means the development of apartments is limited to a handful of people. And the EU came out with a report a few years ago saying one of the huge problems with the housing system in Ireland is a lack of competition. And increasingly, planning policy changes have made competition worse, not better. Because the Croí Connotha scheme, right? If you have a site and you can get your 120 grand from the government, but it must be a minimum of 4 stories and 40 units per hectare, something like that. You can have 2 stories at 80 units per hectare and not need to build an apartment block. So what that has done is made these sites totally unaffordable for, if you're a builder in Clonmel and you have a couple of hectares at the edge of Clonmel near the bypass, and you say, well, I could go to Croí Connotha and I could build, 40 houses or 80 houses or whatever it is, and they'd say, no, you have to build 2 apartment blocks. And you go, well, sure, why would I have to do that? Because that's what the planning regulator said. So it's you know, we're kind of making we're doing everything we can to make housing less affordable, you know. Sorry, what was the last one?
And the last question here was about own door, was it, in terms of density?
No, what was it? Oh, the standards. Oh, to de-risk, we'd call it. Yeah, I think so. Increasingly, they're being used to de-risk. And I know the central bank, in fairness, are aware of this, and they're concerned about this. Because you got to think about it, these large funds, they can just put out tomorrow, gone. And so we're putting, as a state, we're putting a lot of social housing eggs in that basket of, you know, the funds delivering social housing for us, or delivering apartments which we will rent. And by entering into a what's called a pre-sale agreement, so before it even gets off the ground, the council has agreed to buy them or to rent them when they do come off the ground. The developer goes to the bank and says, look, DCC are going to take all those, therefore it'll happen. But, you know, there's no guarantee they will happen. But increasingly, the state is being used to de-risk these large developments, absolutely, yeah. And that's a problem, because look at the standards, you know.
And worth saying, Pat Davitt of the Valuers Association, he said that if the state was going to enter those sorts of contracts, not that it was a good idea, but if it was, they should be looking for something like a 50% discount off market rates rather than paying 95%.
Yeah.
And, you know, and he represents
he's
smaller landlords and works in that.
Really
that
interesting.
industry,
What you see in the last 6-8 months is the estate agents kind of coming on side with the likes of me, which is, you know, unusual in a way, because they're realising that if you don't have houses to sell, we don't have a business as an estate agent, right? So, you know, those large buildings that we show you, those Barter blocks, that's one transaction. 9,000, 1,105, whatever units, that's one transaction. No estate agent is going to get wealthy, you know, with one transaction with that many units. So they're beginning, the pennies begin to drop with them that, you know, unless we have more houses for sale, we don't have a business.
Now, we'll just take 3 or 4 questions from this side of the room if we can, Ellen. So, yeah.
Thanks, Lorcan. That was really amazing. I loved it. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on the planning reform, you know, the new draft bill that's coming out in September. Is there any hope there, or what your feedback would be on it, if you know much about it?
If we can go for a second question, then over the side.
Thanks. Just about, there's an awful lot of talk about landlords leaving the market. Oh, it's terrible. I'd love to know if you are aware of any kind of statistics about why they're leaving. For example, is it just that people have come out of negative equity now and things like that?
Yeah,
Thanks.
no, I have data on that there, yeah.
And Ellen, maybe you might go to the back there. Thanks.
It's the PJ Cotton, Cork North West. It's a kind of a double-pronged question, actually. First of all, many of you might have seen it in the last about a fortnight ago on RTE about a shopping centre in Macroom. I know it's a long ways away from Dublin, but the shopping centre got planning permission for the shopping centre, provided there was 20 flats on the second floor. They built them, but the people that were doing it said no one will ever live in them flats. And up to this now, it's 10, 15 years now. And the flat, like going to Macroom, since the centre of town, and people are shouting out for accommodation. And there we have brand new flats. Oh, they're fully functional, but will never be occupied. Now, the second part of my question is, it's a thing probably not familiar with in Dublin, but out the country, if the premises comes on sale and I'm interested in buying it and developing it, someone else will come along and put in a higher bid and leave it idle for years on end.
Thanks. So we just have a few minutes, just if you want to.
Yeah. Well, I'll just take the last question first here because it's fresh in my head. I think your question is basically about, from what I get, like if you put the two questions together, it's about why do we tolerate such high levels of vacancy around the country when we have a housing crisis? Whether it's land or whether it's apartments above shopping centres or whether it's houses in the middle of towns. We have if I'm not wrong, we have a huge rate of housing vacancy at the moment, or we did at the last census, and it'll be interesting to see where it is at the moment. We have a lot of problems we've never been good at data and managing stock in Ireland. Like we only got our head around, property price register there recently, and I saw your land price register thing was defeated recently, which was a disgrace, an absolute disgrace that they defeated that. But we have all sorts of issues around data collection and even finding ownership of properties can be quite tricky. I think there's an ideological predisposition towards not interfering with people's property and not telling them that, you know, if I left a property vacant in Paris, for example, an apartment above a shopping centre or above a little, you know, bistro or whatever, I would get fined after the first year 25% of the annual rental value of that property, and it will go up every year that I left it vacant thereafter. We seem to be very reluctant to do that. I think one of the issues is that the revenue taker perspective, that the amount of money that we would and time that we would spend chasing down the owners and trying to get them to, you know, put in a tax and trying to get them to pay, the amount of money we would get in wouldn't be worth doing that. That's generally the way they work anyway. It wouldn't be worth our while doing that because it's very complex and very tricky even to find out who owns properties in places. And when you do find who owns them, they have no money anyway quite often, particularly with rural, my experience tells me anything, rural commercial developments in particular. I'm thinking of Clonmel more than anything else. Where developments are started and half of them are empty around the place. So, yeah, I don't know, to be honest with you. I think we have a very high tolerance of poor treatment of property. And you see this all around the country. When you drive around the country, you see, you know, a perfectly usable, nice house that might be old and a brand new house sitting beside it. And you go, why on earth do we do that? The most sustainable house you can have is the one that already exists. And yet we're given permission for quite often architecturally illiterate housing to go beside what was a decent house that I don't mind extend, add a floor on, go out the back, whatever, but just use the damn thing that's there already. So I don't know where we're going with that. I think that's a kind of a head thing for
Why are landlords leaving?
Oh, yeah. OK, so they're leaving for several reasons. Where's the man who asked me that? Yeah, they're leaving for several reasons. One reason that they're leaving is because of their age. And a lot of small landlords in particular bought houses to supplement their pension. And now they're getting to that age where the average age of a landlord now is something like 57. So they're getting to that age where they wouldn't mind cashing in their chips. They're sending kids to university. You know, they're buying houses, probably deposits for the houses for the kids, all that kind of stuff. And another large, so we're losing around 42 landlords a week is what it is. Right? Now, they're not taking the houses with them, OK? The houses are going, half the houses are going back into the rental stock and half are being sold to people, OK? So the houses are there. But unless you're adding to the stock, you're not doing, you know, it's just pushing the deck chairs around the Titanic. So they're leaving because of age, they're leaving because of negative equity for sure, and they're also leaving because of the taxation situation that, you know, there's increased regulation on landlords, particularly the 2019 standards of private residential tenancies, and all that kind of stuff going on. And they're probably thinking, look, you know, there's a REIT down the road that's after building 1,000 units, and I've got my house here near Croke Park that I'm trying to rent out. Like, how am I going to, you know, that's not fair. They're paying nearly zero tax, and I'm paying 51% or whatever it is. So I think, so my proposal, we need to keep those landlords, like I've lived in loads of countries over the years, always rent it, because you need that for people coming in and out of countries and just to churn while you're moving house or whatever. And we can't just have, you know, the large funds as the only landlords in town and then very little else. We need an awful lot of
and Lord, the final question was just the planning reform that is due in September.
Where,
is there any hope?
Oh, sorry, is there any hope? I think that we're done now. My take on that is that in other countries, in an awful lot of countries, the idea of good planning and how infrastructure and how housing gets developed is about what I call co-creation. In other words, it's more engagement with communities more frequently and earlier. Here we're determined to shut that down. And it's about less public participation later. And if you know, it's a disgrace that citizens have to go to the High Court to take a judicial review against the planning decision. That's an absolute disgrace. And now they're going to even shut that down. So I think the planning system will give, this planning reform will give more power to the officials who haven't got a great track record in good policy anyway, and it'll take more power away from the democratically elected councillors and also from citizens. So you know, we'll wait and see, but that's my prediction. You know.
Okay, sorry we couldn't get to all the questions. Thank you very much, Lorcan, for your
thank you, everybody.
contribution. And then Sheila's is going to take the couple of motions. Thanks.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so I've been informed there's no one here to move motion 8, so motion 8 falls. If we could have Jen for 27.
You get 2 minutes and I got that. Where do you want me to go? Here? Morning, everybody. It's hard to follow all that. I'd love to sit in the room and learn some from
from Lorcan in his lecture halls. Okay, I'm here to present two motions. The first is 27, vacant homes and dereliction. I don't necessarily want to read through the whole motion, it's there, but the motion is calling for a tax on vacant homes. I suppose taxation for vacancy and dereliction has a role to play in the mitigation against the current housing crisis that we have. This conference is commending the work of Frank O'Connor and Jude Sherry down in Cork, who during COVID counted 700 derelict properties in a 2-kilometre radius in Cork city centre. I suppose anybody outside who came in the doors of the Gresham this morning saw the Carlton Cinema, which I would have gone to as a child, has been derelict since I was maybe in my early 20s, late teens. I'm in my mid-40s now, so that's a fair few years. We also wanted to discuss about the fact that maybe, as Lorcan was saying, revenue they don't think they're going to make a lot of money on that, so maybe there's not a motivation. But what we're saying here is that there's 90,000 vacant residential properties across the country and at least a further 2,000 homes that are derelict. So this isn't a new thing. In 2016, the vacant homes tax was being promised. And then I suppose the last thing is that we're looking for, conference believes that a further delay in introduction of this vacant homes tax is inexcusable and calls on the government to introduce such a tax in the budget 2023. I suppose when I was talking to a couple of people in preparation for this motion, what the image that came to my mind is that if we have a homeless person sleeping on the street outside in the road, but they're sleeping outside a vacant or a derelict building, what an absolute disgrace. So therefore the National Executive put this motion forward calling for a tax on vacant homes and dereliction.
Thanks, Jen. I'm not even sure if that mic's on. If anyone would like to speak against this motion, can you raise your hand, please? Against? Okay, if there's no one speaking against, we're very short on time, so we're going to move on to the next motion.
Okie dokie. Right, so this is about rents. So this motion is calling for the government action on addressing the ongoing crisis in rental supply and cost. As we all know, rents have been on the rise. The average rent is now higher than the minimum wage, the annual minimum wage. So anybody on the minimum wage, their rent, if they enter into rental property now, is higher than what they are going to earn annually. There's a collapse, 77% in the rental supply. There's also the number of short-term lets is decreasing significantly, but at the same time there is a very, very large increase in the number of short-term rents. So Airbnb, there's a lot more than the data is in there in section 3. There are 6 things that the conference is calling for. So conference acknowledged the government's policy to date, including rent pressure zones, have not done anything to counter the problem of rent unaffordability, and the government calls for we're calling on the government for 6 things. So implement a full ban on rent increases for a period of at least 3 years. The second is increase investment in cost rental housing to offer more stable and secure options for renters. 3, refrain from trying to redefine cost rental as rental accommodation that is below market price, instead of, as on the continent, a form of rental where the price is equal to the cost of delivering the accommodation. Number 4, introduce a deposit protection scheme and a new legal definition of deposit to mean 1 month's rent. On the next page, for those of you who are watching, number 5, strengthen the Residential Tenancies Board position to regulate the rental sector. And the final, what that we're calling for, is resource better enforcement of the law in relation to rents and security of tenure. Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you, Jen. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Okay, we have someone at the front here.
Helen.
With the microphone. Sorry. Thanks, Helen.
Hello? Yeah, is that working?
Yes.
Just particularly on the implementation of a full ban on rent increases for 3 years, would this not present an incentive for every individual landlord to sell now and recoup their capital gains and investment? If you've introduced rent controls this extreme, you're incentivizing landlords to leave the market. I worry that in isolation, this could be quite damaging to supply.
Okay. Jenny, minute to respond.
I think just what Lorcan was saying about the amount of landlords that we are losing, it's quite frightening that when he said that we're losing 42 landlords a week, and what he was talking about was that taxation, the kind of that the landlords are leaving because of age and negative equity, and also that the tax that they have to pay is like personal tax. I think that we need to have protections for landlords who are those small landlords who are the accidental landlords, as they used to be called. I was one of them for about a while until I realised, I can't actually afford to pay the tax on this house, that it's costing me more, etc., etc. I think many people have come into that situation, but I think the protections for those landlords need to be strengthened. So I think it's not necessarily just for the small landlords, those 3 years. I think we need to be looking at the 3-year for the larger landlords, where there is, the rent is just astronomical. The student accommodation rent, for example, in Dublin 8, I see my colleagues from Dublin South Central there, it's 1,250 for a month for a student. I don't know anybody who's able to pay that, really. I don't know any locals who are staying in that student accommodation. So I think that rent, yes, we may lose them, sorry, I know, but I think it's a risk we have to take.
Okay, thanks everybody. So we're not actually voting on these motions right now. In about 5 minutes, we'll be voting on these and the motions from downstairs at the disability breakout session. So if you want to take 5 minutes to stretch your legs, and if you could be back here 25 to for voting.
We were lucky. Gentlemen, can you take your seats, please? We want to rush through the voting as soon as possible.
That mic live?
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seats? We'd like to get through the voting. We are very short on time. Thank you.
Right, everybody, we are voting now. Sit down, please. Okay, starting with motion number 27. Vacant homes and dereliction. Can everybody in favour of this motion raise your lanyards high, please? Sit down as quickly as you can and raise your lanyards. Motion 27. Motion 27. Raise your lanyards if you are in favour, please. Motion 27. Vacant homes. Against? Abstentions? That motion is carried. Motion 26. Renting. Everyone in favour, can you raise your lanyards high, please? We're all in favour of renting. Against? Abstentions? Okay, that motion carries. Motion number 13, alternative care system for children. Can everyone in favour of this motion raise your lanyards, please? Against? Abstaining? Motion carries. Motion number 23, Children's Disability Services. Everyone for, raise your lanyards.
There was an amendment to 13?
Oh God, sorry, I'm rushing so quickly through it. Sorry. Proposed amendment number 1 from Limerick County. I'm going to have to go back to motion 13.
Yeah,
We're back to motion 13.
Motion
Sorry,
13.
to redo the vote. We're voting on the proposed amendment number 1 to motion number 13. In favour of the amendment, can you raise your lanyards, please? Against? Abstaining? Okay, motion is amended, so now we're going to vote on the amended motion number 13. In favour? Against? Abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was going too fast. Pat.
Yeah.
Motion
It's the
number,
only one, though.
This is the only one left, is it?
No, it's the only one with an amendment, so.
Thank you, Pat. Motion number, that's what he's here for. Motion number 23, Children's Disability Services. All in favour, raise your lanyards. Against? Abstaining? That motion is carried. Motion number 24, Rights of Persons with Disabilities. In favour, raise your lanyards. Against? Abstaining? Motion is carried. Sláintecare. God, I'm flying through these. Now, Mary. Everyone in favour of motion number 25, Sláintecare, raise your lanyards. Against? Abstaining? That motion is carried. And we are
done.
Done. Thank you, everybody. I think, do we need to clear the room for a few minutes? RTE people, do we need to clear the room for a few minutes, or are we okay? Sure, look, do whatever you want. We'll see you back here at 12 o'clock.
See you back here a little bit before 12 o'clock, because this next session is going live at 12 o'clock on RTE News.
8 seconds, stand by. 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome you all here today for our discussion. I'd like to say a big welcome to all our Social Democrat members here today for our annual conference in Dublin. And I would also like to say a special welcome to all the people who are joining us live on the RTE News channel. My name is Councillor Elisa O'Donovan. I am a Social Democrat councillor in Limerick City West. I also work as a speech and language therapist in primary care in Limerick City also. The topic that we are discussing today is a topic that undoubtedly has touched everyone in this room and also everyone that is viewing at home also, and that is the cost of living crisis. The increasing cost of living is undoubtedly one of the single biggest issues impacting ordinary people and families in Ireland today. It impacts absolutely every aspect of our life, from healthcare and childcare to just doing our weekly shop. So I'm actually delighted today to be joined by 4 of our Social Democrat TDs. I'm joined by Jennifer Whitmore, who is our party spokesperson on energy and climate. Gary Gannon, TD, who represents us on education. Holly Kearns, who is going to be speaking today about disability, and Cian O'Callaghan, a TD, who is our spokesperson on housing. So I would like to welcome all of them to this discussion today. Jennifer, I might start with you. I think that many of us got a shock when our household bills came in this year, and those are even set to increase more by €400 this year. Can you speak to us a little bit about the impact of energy and the energy crisis on the cost of living?
Yeah, so as you were saying, Lisa, like, it is an issue that each single person in this country is feeling in their pockets. They're seeing it in their households, they're seeing it in their communities. We had CSO figures released this week that said our inflation rates are now at 7.8%, which is the highest it's been in 38 years. And I'm just looking around this audience, and actually probably most of you have never experienced inflation levels like it. So I suppose it is really making quite a big shock to within our communities. There's a few different drivers to it. So the cost of inflation is really dealing with, say, things like, as you say, energy. So home heating, electricity, gas. We also have then transport costs, because anyone who would drive here would know it's expensive to fill your car now. And then there's, food costs as well, and housing costs, and, Cian can talk about the issues of housing. But I suppose what's really interesting about the costs that are really driving this is most of us, you can't reduce a lot of these costs. Like, they're non-discretionary items. And so when we talk about the rising cost of inflation, it doesn't hit everybody equally. And we listened to Richard. Richard was just fantastic earlier on. Doesn't hit everyone equally, and there are some people who will not be able to actually make any inroads with these costs, because they can't reduce the amount. In many instances, if you're in rural Ireland, you can't reduce the amount that you drive. You can't reduce your home heating in winter if you're sick, or if you've children. You just can't do it. And then food costs, we all have to eat. And what I'm finding, and I would imagine the other TDs are finding as well, is we're getting people into our constituency offices who are making decisions between, do I pay my electricity bill or do I eat? And I had a man in with me who, he's diabetic, he's has cancer at the moment, and he paid his electricity bill, which meant he didn't actually buy food, and he ended up in hospital. Because of that. So, these are the decisions that an awful lot of people in our country are facing at the moment. It's something that we've been raising repeatedly in the Dáil with the government, because it is so important to communities across Ireland.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think that, there are really genuine concerns, I think, in communities. Is that something that you say the rest of you have felt, that people have come to you? And let's say, I know, Gary, you do a lot of work on education. We supposedly have a free education system. what has been the impact of the kind of increasing cost of living, let's say, on education, particularly at primary, secondary level?
Yeah, Lisa, so we have free at the point of entry education, and then very much costs kick in, which send huge dark clouds for families kind of. So we've entered June now. Primary schools are just about to finish up, secondary schools are just about to finish up. In many ways, parents get to sit back and have a little bit of a breather, and then all of a sudden people start to think about September. And then the energy bills start to kick in, rental increases start to kick in. I don't have any children, but I hear they have this annoying habit of growing up. And as they do, I mean, that means there's increases in uniform costs, increases in books. At primary school level, the cost of education is about €1,200 a month. At secondary, that's €1,500 a month. Now, if you're already squeezed to the bone there, I mean, those costs are one that's going to genuinely impact the way you sleep at night. So, I mean, one of the proposals that we have, and it's not an astronomical amount of money, it's just pure free education in this country. The cost of education shouldn't be a barrier to a parent sending their child to school. There should be no child going and wondering about how do you afford the uniform, how do you afford the books. I mean, these are things we can do. These are things we can get in front of. I mean, Keane's been great over the past couple of months in terms of highlighting the 450 million going to builders just to do their job, supplement. Imagine if that was going to actually free education. Imagine the level of stress that would alleviate for a family. I think they're the type of measures that are social democratic in their essence, but they're also just fair. I mean, we're talking about the cost of living at the minute, but for many families out there, those the cost of just surviving, and that's what we need to be getting in front of.
Absolutely. You know, I absolutely think everything you're saying there is just completely correct. Like, what do you think? Like, if we did have a genuinely free education system, like, what difference would that make for families, do you think? Let's say in your own area in Dublin Central.
It's the words we use, it's just peace of mind. Can you imagine there is parents, there's mothers, there's fathers out there who are genuinely stressed about the idea of sending their kids to school back in September because of the increase that's going to cost in their household budget. People are choosing between their energy and their food costs. Jen captured that perfectly. People are also wondering, well, maybe your kids can skip that book this year. Like, that is genuinely a fear that's happening in people's household. Maybe that uniform that doesn't fit anymore, we might get another year out of it, even though it's going up the kid's calf at the minute. Like, that's actually happening there. So we're relatively prosperous. We are a prosperous country. 1 in 6 people here are living in poverty that are at risk of poverty. If we can alleviate that in a very basic thing like education, it makes a massive difference to families. But it's on how we choose to invest our money. Do we choose to give these 450 million surpluses to builders to do their job, or do we choose to invest in education, in our children's future? But not only our children's future, that kind of sounds kind of far off. Do we choose to invest in actually the peace of mind of a parent? Like, we can do that. Like, that is not beyond the realms of possibility. That is not a mythical unicorn. That happens elsewhere. These are decisions that will be taken with a different political philosophy, different political ideology, and just a sense of we recognise people are struggling, so we're going to intervene. Intervention is the very basis of social democracy, and that's all we're talking about here in terms of simple primary education, not only free at the point of entry, but completely free. It's just a minimum. We shouldn't accept anything less. It's ludicrous that we have until this point.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think, I mean, in all our communities, we're just seeing that a real struggle, particularly for those on kind of lower middle incomes, you know, and it is, you know, it's something that's very difficult as a public representative, you know, when you're seeing those struggles and people are coming to you with those concerns. And I know that one thing that you mentioned there was, Gary, is people being at risk of poverty. And to see that in a prosperous country is just, you know, it's really shocking and it's really unbelievable. And I'm going to come to you, Holly, because I think when we are talking about poverty, I think one sector of society that I think is at most risk of poverty. We know that almost 40% of persons with disabilities and disabled people are at risk of poverty. And I know that this is something that you're very, very passionate about. Can you speak to us a little bit about, I guess, how disabled people with disabilities are maybe disproportionately impacted by the cost of living crisis?
Definitely, and I think just briefly before going into that, because you're right, something I'm very passionate about and do a lot of work on, is two of the things that Jen, you touched on, and Gary as well, is like the cost of living. Food is one of those things that, you know, it's gone up for everybody, and that the proportion of your income that you spend on food, it's much higher for people on social welfare payments, for people on disability payment. And Gary spoke about an absence of government intervention on these things, because I think the rising cost of living can feel like something that's sort of spiralling out of control, and that we don't have a kind of control of. We can't, implement policies that will change that, because the government keep referencing that that's coming from all of these external factors that are completely out of our control. But just to focus in on food for one moment, because that is something that impacts on everybody. So that has gone up significantly, and we've all heard the figures of how much a pound of butter has gone up and all these different things. More money is not going to the primary producer there. So more money is going to the retail giants, to the big agri-industry. It's not going to the primary producer. So the cost of production has gone up. We know that from primary producers, from people in livestock and horticulture, and we see more and more people moving out of those sectors because they simply can't afford to produce it anymore. The money, the added cost that we're paying is not going to them, it's going elsewhere. And that is an absence of good governance. There are laws that can be put in place to protect those primary producers and therefore us as consumers. And I think that really needs to be called out. And then so relevant to that, of course, like you said, is people who are most at risk of poverty are people on lower incomes. The percentage of their income already that they spend on just, for example, food, that will now increase. And we know that there's an added cost of having a disability of up to £12,500 per year. That figure was established before this rising cost of living, so we can all presume that it has increased as much as inflation has. And there has been no kind of intervention or measure put in place to protect those people. We know that disgracefully Ireland has the worst employment rate for people with disabilities. So yeah, we're a real laggard in any kind of progression in that sense. And then we're faced with a situation like this, and we can all see the very, very profound impact that it's having on people with disabilities. And you spoke about a man coming into your constituency, Jen, with diabetes. And what we're seeing now is oftentimes when there is somebody in the family with a profound disability, they have to, often the mother, for the most part it is the mum, has to give up employment to spend time at home with care for that person. Spoke to a family recently, the absence of the July provision, the summer programme. There are so many knock-on effects that people are taking unpaid leave I'm having some mic difficulties, so I will pass back over to you for a moment.
Jennifer, I think maybe you just want to come in there?
Yeah, just something that Holly is saying about a lack of governance. And when you talk about the energy crisis, we do have an energy crisis, and there are things that that are outside the remit of this government. There are issues. However, the reason it's impacting us so much is because we have had years and years of governments of poor governance. We have not built a robust society. We can't deal with those external shocks. Similarly, we can't deal with external shocks when it comes to food production, because we've allowed our food production to be overseas, which is unsustainable, costly, and it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't lead to strong rural communities. So the inflationary costs that we're seeing now, if our governments had their eye on inequalities and on strong internal systems, we would be able to actually withstand those shocks a lot better than we can at the moment. And the reason we can't is because they failed.
Absolutely. And I guess just to add on that, a lot of the time governments say, oh, well, we just didn't see this coming, we just didn't know, and then things spiral out of control. Could the government have acted sooner in relation to this?
Well, last September, I was asking them to deal with the rising energy costs. And I think it was December before they came out with the emergency measure. That was putting money into the electricity accounts. The reason they said they had to do that in such a non-targeted way, because obviously Social Democrats wanted to see a much more targeted approach to this, so that the people who were really suffering were the ones who got the support, but the government gave the universal measure. The reason they said they had to do it in that way is because it had to be an emergency in December, and then it was still 4 months before it hit people's bank accounts, right? So it was, even last September, it was clear that there was an issue coming down the road. And I suppose when we look at all the different things we're talking about, it's like there's waves. Mm-hmm. And we know when the waves are going to happen. So the wave when it comes to, families trying to deal with back to school costs, that's really happening now. Yeah. Where's the government? Mm-hmm. Where are their measures? Where's the expanded school meals program for children who are going to suffer from food poverty? Whereas, so there's a wave of the energy costs, which will obviously come in again in, coming into winter. So there are measures that the government should be proactive on, and they're not. It's like they wait for the waves to crash on our communities and to see, who's actually going to survive, and then bring in measures after the fact, which isn't, it's not acceptable.
And this isn't the first year where people on fixed income, be it social welfare, pensions, for example, have been experiencing poverty, be that in energy or food. But yet we've only had a €5 increase in social welfare or pensions over the last 3 years. We've known for over a decade now that social welfare rates were set almost below the poverty line. We recognised during the pandemic that actually €205 wasn't enough for a person to live on when you're placed out of work because of the pandemic, but yet we didn't see it placed out of any other context. So there has been an ideological indifference to people experiencing hardship, be that through food, be that through energy, through that cost of living, through schools or otherwise. But there has just been an indifference about it. It's almost like there's an acceptance that we live in a society that is just going to have some degree of inequality, and that's fine as long as it doesn't impact the Fine Gael Fáil voter. But we're long past that now. We can't just we're talking about it now because almost everybody is impacted by it. But we live in a society that has been unequal for a very long time, and it's getting in front of that. We've been calling for social welfare rates to be linked to the minimum essential standard of living for years now. And we've been laughed at, well, almost laughed at. But it's a case of now we're actually saying people are genuinely struggling to feed themselves. We shouldn't have waited this long. The ideological indifference cannot continue. So that's what we've been trying to be vociferous in the Dáil in terms of putting that real people are genuinely not only struggling with the cost of living, but struggling to survive. And I suppose that's their job, to keep pushing that, keep hammering it home.
Absolutely, thanks.
Just briefly on the disability, because we'll probably move on to other things shortly, like on how government could act. I think there is that saying that show me your budget and I'll tell you your priorities. And on the issue of disability, the department's own capacity review said that they need an allocation of 350 million to meet the unmet needs of people with disabilities, and then they allocated about 60. So there was never an intention to actually address those issues. That is very clear. And Ireland is not a country that cannot afford to meet the unmet needs of people with disabilities. So could the government act? Absolutely. And I think one of the things that really highlights this and makes it just clear as day that it is not a priority is the fact that we were the last country to introduce the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, and we still haven't ratified the optional protocol of that convention. That doesn't sound very exciting, but it would mean that people with disabilities would have a right to education, to live independently, to all of the things that they should have a right to, and that the state could be held to account. So it is no coincidence that we haven't ratified that optional protocol, because of course there would be litigation after litigation after litigation. And so that is very much what the government could do, should have done 10 years ago, and we absolutely would do.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very good point. No, thanks for that, and a really excellent point. We were extremely slow. I think we were the last country in the EU to actually ratify the UN Convention, and I think to do it without ratifying the optional protocol, is really doing a disservice to the many people living with disabilities in Ireland. Cian, I'm going to bring you in because we absolutely can't have a discussion on the cost of living in Ireland without talking about housing. As a local councillor in Limerick City, I would say every day I get at least 3 heartbreaking, I would call, cases from people. The situation that we have in Limerick City at the moment is we have absolutely no emergency accommodation left for people in the city. So people are forced, families, children, to actually live on the streets. It is just a massive issue throughout the country, and I know you have been doing enormous work in relation to it. I guess just to start off with a kind of specific question, because there is a motion that is being proposed at a conference this weekend, particularly in relation to dereliction and vacancy, which is I think a huge issue. I went for a little walk around Dublin this morning, and it's something that you can see here. It's the same in Limerick City. It's the same throughout the country. Perhaps maybe you might just talk a little bit about that just to start off with, just kind of dereliction and vacant homes, and how we can use that to help people through this cost of living crisis.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. If you look, we're in the Gresham Hotel here today, and if you go across the road here in O'Connell Street, there's a site in O'Connell Street in the heart of Dublin city centre. that is vacant and derelict for over 40 years, and that's on the main street in Ireland's capital city. And that shows you how seriously or how unseriously various governments have taken vacancy and dereliction over the years. Jude Sherry and Frank O'Connor, who are two housing activists in Cork City, they've done a survey of buildings in 2-kilometre radius of the city centre in Cork. They've found 700 derelict buildings within a 2-kilometre radius of Cork City Centre. That's not counting vacant buildings, which there's many more of that could be put into use. So in terms of housing and cost of living crisis and the pressures that people are under, it's very important to remember that people facing rent increases or housing cost increases are facing all the other cost increases that we've talked about in terms of energy, food prices, education costs. So in terms of what could be done straight away, if we brought some of those vacant homes back into use, that would make a massive difference. There's at least 90,000 vacant homes across the country. And then on top of that, there's another 20,000 vacant housing buildings. And on top of that, another 20,000 derelict commercial buildings. And then on top of that, more vacant commercial buildings. So there's actually a lot of existing buildings that could be put into use right now for housing. And of course, if that was done, it would make housing more affordable for people. It would actually bring prices down. So there are a lot of vested interests that don't want to see that happening. And we have to question, why is it that the government for years have failed to introduce any sort of taxation on vacancy? They keep on talking about it, but they haven't actually done it. So why haven't they? And the last thing they've said in it is they've said, oh, well, we'll do a survey through the local property tax returns to find out what level of vacancy is needed, or there is. Now, you don't need to do that survey. We have very good data from the CSO where the enumerators call to every single house in the country. We have very good data from the An Post Geodirectory survey, again from people who work in the post service who call to every home in the country. So you don't need to get more data before you act. That's just an excuse. So if we were looking to do something immediately to get homes back into use, bring in a tax on vacant homes and then get serious about tackling dereliction, that obviously would help communities as well, would help deal with the blight of vacancy and dereliction also. And then that would give us a bit of time then to build the social, affordable cost rental homes that we need to give people an option in terms of, especially if you look at renters at the moment. I mean, they've had rents have doubled in the last decade, and in the last year, rents have gone up on top of being already very expensive, another 11%. So people just can't afford these kinds of increases. Their wages certainly aren't increasing by these sorts of amounts either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I guess government is saying that they're tackling sort of rent increases and things like that by rent pressure zones and things like that. Are those working?
No, and unfortunately, we'd had reports last week, for example, of some residents in Tubbercurry where they've been faced with rent increases of 75%, which is just people can't possibly afford. They're outside of rent pressure zones. And they, for example, are making the case, the residents there, they've been in touch with me, they're making the case that the way the rent pressure zone rules are created, that's unlikely that they will ever fit into that category of a rent pressure zone, despite the fact that they have very large rent increases, simply because from time to time it's quite a small area, from time to time there isn't sufficient data, if you like, for them to fall into that. So these rules are often created and designed in a way that they don't protect everyone. Even where there is rent pressure zones, all the data shows that those rent pressure zones are the rent increase limits have been breached time and again. So they aren't working. That's why having clear measures like a ban on rent increases for a number of years until we can get supply up, that would actually be helpful. That is what is needed. And you have to look at how we compare to other European countries as well. This is not, what's happening here isn't normal. The most expensive place to rent in a capital city in the European Union now is in Dublin. And it would be great if we could say that wage levels were the highest in Dublin compared to other European Union capital cities, but that's not the case. So this is because government haven't been acting on this. And the big thing that's missing here as a country is we don't have the thousands and thousands of affordable rental and affordable purchase homes that you have in other countries. We aren't doing that. Last year in Ireland, despite all the promises that were made, there was no affordable purchase homes at all delivered, and there was just 65 affordable or cost rental homes provided. And that's, you've got this massive need. So that's kind of what we need to be doing. There's really good models from other countries. There's actually good models from Ireland as well. Ó Cualann, for example, a not-for-profit housing association. They are building affordable homes, 3-bed, semi-detached affordable homes in North County Dublin, for example, at about €260,000. They're showing it can be done. The problem is that's been done on a very small scale. We need to have lots of those schemes around the country. We need to be doing thousands of those each year if we're going to meet demand. And instead, really, what the government have been doing is they've been prioritising, incentivising investment funds, build to rent, very expensive, high rent accommodation that most people can't simply afford. In my constituency, just recently, there was a person turned away from renting a build to rent apartment in one of these new schemes, where incidentally there's a huge amount of vacancy, and these investment funds are allowed to keep these new homes vacant for as long as they want to achieve the rents that they want. A person with an income of €85,000 a year was refused to be able to rent one of these new build apartments, and they were told that they didn't meet the financial criteria. Now, if people on incomes of €85,000 a year are being turned away, and if that's been allowed to happen, and that's what's being encouraged and incentivised by the government, the priorities are completely wrong. We need to shift away from that and focus on, affordable homes that people can are genuinely within reach.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for that, Cian. And I just think housing is just such an important issue at the moment. So I'm just going to ask all of the TDs, because I know you're all really responsive in your own communities. Is this something that you are hearing and seeing in your own constituencies, when you're on the ground? Is housing something that is, or what would you say is the kind of the biggest issues that are kind of facing your constituents at the moment?
Well, I think in mine it's certainly affordability.
Yeah.
We've actually, particularly in the north of Wicklow, there's been a lot of building, but none of it is affordable. And so what you're finding is that people whose family supports and work and if friends are in, they're all based in Wicklow, but yet these people are forced into, further south or into other counties. And a lot of the calls that we get into our constituency office are from people whose landlords are selling up, and that they have families and they're being told, look, you have 3 months to find somewhere else to live, and they just can't within the community. That means pulling their children out of school. It's their entire support network they're being taken from. And it's just very difficult as a public rep to say, you can't help. Yeah. It's very hard to do that. So I think that's, certainly, and obviously in Wicklow we would have instances of homelessness as well, and not enough social houses being built. Like, I think they're pretty standard issues across the country, but it is very, very difficult, especially as Cian said, when you know that there's so many vacant houses there. Absolutely. They're sitting there empty. And I think one of the things as well, when we're talking about the vacancies, and I just want to mention this, is if we're truly going to look at measures to tackle the climate crisis we're in, we have to look at actually using the houses that we have built already, and not building more houses with all the associated carbon costs and transport costs and everything else. So if the government was really, really set on dealing with this climate crisis, they would actually be looking at the vacant homes first, as their first port of call, and they're not, and I just don't understand why.
I think Jen touched on something there that's also very extraordinarily difficult as a public rep, when somebody comes to you with a genuine need and almost having to say, being incapable of helping. So one of the things I see in my constituency all the time, have done for as long as I've been an elected rep, is people coming to me who are living in conditions of extreme overcrowding. You're talking about living in a house, maybe a flat, an apartment that might be 2 bedrooms. You're having 3 generations of the same family that are living there. And they're coming to me and I'm saying, are you on the list? And they are on the list, and they're some 700, 800. And these are people who are not even captured in the homeless figures. But I promise you, the situation those people are living in is not a home. It's a bed. It's an existence with their kids, and you can't even. That's not even captured at the moment in the figures, and that's really difficult when somebody comes to you with that level of need, and you're trying to. I mean, how can you even intervene on their behalf? We can't bring up the council and say, would you mind putting this person who's 7 on the list ahead of the person who's 699 ahead of them? And it's even that level of the need, the desperation, that's not even captured in their conversations at the minute around homelessness, around housing, around just the human rights implications of it. And that's one of the things that we're finding is really frustrating. It's even just trying to capture the need. We have homeless figures, but we don't have the figures of people who are genuinely just pure in need of a home. We can have an overcrowded list on Dublin City Council, but that's the list everybody's on now. So when people are coming to us, we have a different sort of list. We have an exceptional needs or even a medical grounds list, and everybody will know who works either in an office of a TD or a councillor. You're trying to help people fit into those really crude criteria. So all of a sudden, public representatives are almost becoming, out of absolute just desperation of trying to help, trying to tell people how they might even fit into kind of a medical need or try what medical letters they might get. Like, I mean, that's a role that's completely undefined. It's never going to be captured, but it's something that's impacting people constantly. And so when you have that housing need, when if you're living in a home with your grandparents, your mother, your uncles, their kids, your kids, I mean, the mental health implications of that level of actually just not feeling like your rights as a human are being met, they're massive. And we don't have mental health supports for that. Then we have children going to school who haven't been able to... During the pandemic, we heard about a tech divide. We heard about children having access to technology and other children not having access to technology. And that was very, very relevant. There was other divides. There was divides with children not having access to a table on which they could do that homework on or place that laptop on. I mean, those kind of human rights consequences of our housing crisis are very rarely even touched upon, and it's when you see them, they're just so stark, they're so lived. And again, it comes down to not only this cost of living issue, but the cost of genuine survival, and also the trauma, the generational trauma that's building up for future generations. Well, nowhere in front of that. How does a kid develop when they're living in an environment in which 7, 8, or sometimes more are living in the same home? They haven't got access to somewhere to do their homework. They don't have access to play, the right to play. These are the ramifications of a crisis that we haven't even begun to become in front of yet. I suppose that's one of the things that we need to be screaming out constantly. It's not just a housing need, it's a human need. It's a need of how we develop as society. So yeah, it's multifaceted. It's when people come to me with the housing crisis or coming to our office, I'm very conscious the support that we can offer is almost limited because it's so multifaceted.
And it's heartbreaking knowing that when you help someone, that there's probably 10 or 20 or 30 other families in your area who need that help as well. And it's so difficult.
And this client, this culture of even how do I help? Do I ask, can they be put ahead on the list ahead of somebody else who probably has the exact same need? And that's not going to happen either. It's just, how can we actually get in front of this as kind of a human crisis? Like, the trauma of it is, it's something that we haven't even begun to experience yet.
I think you're absolutely right, and I think that I'm really glad you brought in, I guess, those sort of other aspects of housing, such as overcrowding and things like that, which are really important. I know in my own constituency, Limerick City West, we actually have a direct provision centre there, and I think it really highlighted, particularly during COVID, that and you're completely right about it being a human rights issue. It is completely unacceptable that people in 2022 in Ireland are living in direct provision centres, and it is something that really needs to be kind of highlighted and addressed. So I'm glad you brought in those sort of other aspects of the housing crisis that perhaps aren't spoken about that much, but need to be spoken about. Holly, I think you just want to come in there as well.
Yeah, and I suppose important to highlight with everything that Gary and Jen are saying there, like, it is a result of choices made by government, like Ian highlighted. And it was good to remember that this isn't by chance or by accident. And really important to flag, I think, the kind of issue of people all over the country getting in touch with their public representatives then about housing. And this is one of the problems with the Irish political system, is that then, TDs and councillors as well kind of taking credit when somebody gets a house. But we have to zoom out and look at this as a system and say, do we think it's fair that Gary gets a house before Jen because he knows a TD? That's not, it has to be based on need. And this kind of issue of how, because Irish politics is so good in a way that we're really close to our communities, we're on the ground. We don't all move to the capital after we get elected. We're really engaged in our communities, and I think that's really helpful, a really kind of good thing about Irish politics. But with that comes this I look after each individual person, and oftentimes just claim credit for something you've nothing to do with because that's what you need to do to stay in a seat in Ireland. That really needs to be called out and highlighted because it happens so much with housing and housing reps and all those things, and ultimately it shouldn't be making a difference.
And disability, Holly. So it just breaks my heart when I see children having to come to the Dáil and advocate for a new wheelchair.
And then they get it.
And then but what about all those other families? Like, it's great that, but what about all the other families who don't know TD or can't get to the Dáil or don't have the energy, you know, the headspace for that fight because they're so busy fighting for their child and their healthcare.
Trying to get through the day.
Just trying to get through the day.
And then, and in relation to housing and disability, the grants at the moment are so unattainable for so many people. You know, there was a story recently in the Examiner where somebody had to get a loan of 40,000, you know, from the credit union, borrow money off a family member, and they had gotten the grant. So you can imagine how many people can't ever make their homes more accessible. And of course, another thing that just flies in the face of the rights of people with disabilities under the Convention is that, you know, at the moment, all of the people that you live with are analysed as your income as somebody with a disability. If you have the right to live independently, you could be living independently with other people whose income doesn't have a bearing on yours in terms of adapting your home. There's all of those things. And then I think, like, the issues are kind of different in different areas, and certainly in West Cork, and I think other rural areas, a lot of it is an absence, certainly in West Cork, an absence of availability. There's a lot of holiday homes. And they're, you know, the thing that people get in touch with us about the most is, you know, trying to get on the housing list, those kind of things. There isn't the homes there, and there isn't the homes to rent anymore. A lot of people moved to rural areas during the pandemic, which is really great, but it has had a profound knock-on effect on availability of housing. And then the hoops that people have to jump through to try and get planning, if there isn't availability to buy, and all the while people are watching derelict buildings all around them in every single one of our towns and villages falling into disrepair. It's very difficult to watch.
Absolutely. There's just a few more issues that I just kind of want to touch on because I think they're really relevant in relation to this discussion. And also, I think us being Social Democrats, we can't have a discussion and not mention Sláinte care and healthcare. We had a presentation earlier about inequality, and one of the things mentioned during that presentation was health is the biggest social injustice in our societies. We know that more unequal societies have lower life expectancy for middle and lower incomes, higher rates of emotional distress, mental illness. We have a two-tier system currently in Ireland where people are paying for private healthcare. People are paying privately for private occupational therapists to get housing adaptations, all those sorts of things. What do you think, as Social Democrats, are the solutions to addressing those health inequalities in your communities? You know, I guess, you know, Sláinte care, we're very known for that. It hasn't been implemented. Perhaps someone could speak a little bit to why the government are dragging their feet on Sláinte care and what we need to do to address those desperate health inequalities in all our local communities.
I think on that, like, with the frustrating thing about that, like, what's the solution? Well, here's one of those situations where we have a solution. A cross-party agreed policy for a national health service. Every other country in Europe has it. I think for Irish people, we're so used to paying €60 to go to the GP. We're all dealing with families every day who are paying privately for things like speech and language therapy because they can't get them on the public system. So a national health service where care is free at the point of need and based on need, not on how deep your pockets are, it feels like a far-flung dream. Like, how could we ever possibly have that? But the reality is that every other European country has that, and Ireland as a nation spends more per capita on our health service than all of those countries. So it really is a political choice. And of course, you know, like housing, you know, it's dogged by vested interests. Since its establishment, the health service has been dogged by vested interests in Ireland. And that is why we have a two-tiered health service, because some people very obviously make an awful amount of money through the provision of private healthcare. And that is literally why this is happening. And, you know, we had that cross-party agreement. And the reason that that committee on Sláinte Care was formed, and of course co-leader of the Social Democrats, Roisin Shortall, was the chair of that committee and very much a strong architect of the entire policy. So it is something where we feel very strongly about it as a political party. It's a red line issue for us in government. It's incredibly frustrating to see that, you know, that is in the programme for government for this government. But we've had several key members of the implementation body resign, citing the lack of political will of this government to actually implement Sláinte Care. And, you know, one of the things that's so important to highlight is like one of the key recommendations of Sláinte Care was that we needed that independent implementation body because of the institutional aversion to change within the department and within the HSE. Since those key members of the implementation body have resigned, now the government has tasked the heads of those two departments with the most institutional aversion to the change with the first part of this plan, which is the regionalisation aspect of it. A very important one, and as we can see, it's not happening.
And I think with that, like it's such a missed opportunity. I mean, for the first time in the history of the state, there was cross-party agreement on what we should have for our health system, you know. And I was so proud at the last election going around and saying, you know, that my co-leader, Roisin Shortall, got this. She drove this, and she got this across the line. And every government party use it as part of their promotion. You know, so they're happy to waive it, but they're not happy to implement it and put the money behind it. And it is such a lost opportunity. And I think we're going to regret, and I think, you know, they'll regret not getting it across and implementing it when they had the chance.
Yeah. Seems to be an absence of any sort of urgency towards the concept of public service if it doesn't have any sort of immediate gain for the people in power. So when we talk about Sláinte Care, the idea was it was going to be a 10-year implementation plan, but for the rest of Air Republic would have a publicly funded universal healthcare system, and that would be fantastic. During the pandemic, in the first months of the pandemic, we effectively had a public healthcare system. It's very difficult to unsee that. But what then happened was an erosion of that. It got taken back, the media considerations, power influencers were able to come in, dilute again the concept of Sláinte Care, and it seems it hasn't been taken, it's not taken off the table, but I mean, I don't see the urgency amongst those who are expected to implement it at the minute, and I don't think Sláinte Care will be delivered until we have a different government. I really don't.
And in case we needed any evidence of that, the National Maternity Hospital.
No, absolutely. I guess I think just to say, and I kind of want, there's so many different topics to talk about, and I think this is also a really important one. And I think, for me, health is linked to the environment that we live in and the environment around us. And Jennifer, I know you've been, you know, you're the party spokesperson on climate. You've been doing a lot of work in relation to our environment and making it better for future generations, making it better for us now. I guess when we hear a lot about climate in the media, you know, there's a lot of talk around carbon budgets and all this sort of things. I guess, how can we address the climate and that also have a really kind of positive impact for ordinary people, let's say the people of your own constituency, you know, in relation to their own cost of living?
I think this is another really frustrating thing that I find when it comes to the climate, that the messaging around it is that if we address our climate issues, if we address our biodiversity issues, it's so beneficial for everyone. You know, we would live in a society that has cleaner air, where we're healthier. We would live in warmer homes that are way more comfortable than they are now, much cheaper. It would cost us less money. We should be able to walk out our front door within 5-10 minutes, get a bus somewhere. We wouldn't need to be driving. You know, so the benefits are huge. And I think it's one of the things that I found most frustrating over the last few years is the discussions about climate are really discussions nearly about austerity measures. You know, it's not about how we can change how we live to make our communities better and our families better and our health better. And you know, it's more about, well, we're going to penalise, or, you know, we want you to do something, but it's going to cost you an awful lot of money. And then what that does then is that those people who can't actually, who aren't going to be able to pay, who aren't going to be able to retrofit their homes or buy an electric vehicle, they start feeling very outside the conversation, you know, and they see climate and environmental sustainability as something that's sort of bad, and it shouldn't be, you know. So really what I'd really like to see much more sort of positive messaging about it, but a lot more supports for people that are going to need to make the changes that we need them to make, but that it shouldn't be their burden. It should be government's burden to help them with that. And you know, we were talking earlier on about, you know, the inequalities and cost of living, and I think what a lot of people are finding at the moment with the rising costs is these are people who are working in many instances who've never ever had to have support of any kind, and now they're seeing that they need support. And certainly those people are not getting support when it comes to retrofitting. Yeah. You know, they're really not. I mean, expecting people to take a 50% loan out for 30 grand, who is going to do that? They're barely able to pay their rent or, you know, their mortgage costs, their childcare costs, food costs. They're just not going to be able to do it. So I think the ask from government is the wrong ask. I think the government should be supporting those people to actually make those changes we need them to make.
I've visited 2 places this year which had a high prevalence of young people, children and babies actually, with respiratory problems. The first is exactly where we're sitting right now in this minute, in the north inner city of Dublin, the highest level of respiratory issue amongst young people, and actually older people in the whole country as a consequence of cars driving right into the city where you are, and the lack of any sort of alternatives, people living in overcrowded and damp conditions. And the second place I visited where people had a high level of respiratory problems was in the Colombia. I went visiting Colombia to the Cerrejón mine, where we've now started purchasing coal again as a consequence of the war in Ukraine. And actually seeing kind of issues linked and becomes, you can't help but see yourself as a global citizen. The absence of any sort of retrofitting, the absence of any sort of transport alternative is destroying the health of people right here where we're sitting. But then the crude choices that we're making in terms of how we intervene is destroying the health of people on the global scale too. We've started purchasing, the Irish government has started purchasing coal to fund Moneypoint from the Cerrejón mine in Colombia again. We stopped in 2018 as a consequence of human rights abuses being inflicted on the communities around there. And rather than actually stay true to our climate action plans of 2030, which we've all agreed and signed up to, rather than see the fact that the horrific invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation is a reason to change our mentality approach, we decided actually we're no longer going to deal with those people because of their inhumane treatment of one group of people. However, we're going to switch over and go over to another country where people are being impacted by the same decisions that we're making. There doesn't seem to be any urgency. We have a climate action plan that's linked to 2030. We're nowhere near meeting those targets. In fact, many of the targets are backloaded until the next 6 years. So it seems the only real survival the government is interested in is their own, and they'll offset a lot of the problems for the next government to come in. But I absolutely fundamentally believe, to be a social democrat, to believe in somebody who does politics differently, as we all aspire to be in this room, we have to link these challenges on local scales, be that here in the inner city for me, be it in your own constituencies, be it in the developing world and the global south. We have to be global thinkers in this, and we can't be considering their kind of political choices. Doing politics differently now for us has to be about making changes that maybe we won't even benefit from as a party, but that we actually leave a better place for those that come after us. I think that's absolutely essential. Yeah.
And there's just 2 more areas I just want to touch on. Holly, I might come to you as a fellow Munster gal, because I think a big issue for, I guess, regional cities, Cork, rural communities, in which I represent myself as well, is access to public transport. And that's actually having a huge knock-on effect for people. I know someone who lives out in rural Limerick, got offered a job in Limerick City and can't take up the job because they don't have access to a private car, and there is no bus service, into the city centre. it's a huge issue, and I do think we often look at Dublin and we look at your Lewis and your and I know there's massive issues with the public transport system in Dublin, but it is chronically poor, and it really links to everything. Do you know? Is something that you have noticed yourself in Cork County? And what needs to be done? What do we need to do to address this?
100%. I think it ties into a lot that what Jen spoke about there as well, that then the narrative becomes that this is austerity. So if you're living in a rural area and you hear about targeted measures to address the cost of living, and that is, to reduce the cost of public transport, and then public transport is just literally not an option for you. You do feel, left behind, and it creates this really kind of divisive debate, I suppose you call it, about climate action. And that approach in itself is so problematic that, there's a common goal here of reducing emissions, because that also sets up a narrative that, like, people in rural areas have nothing at stake, that it's like, the way that the government deals with it results in people almost feeling like they're against climate action. But of course, we see this a lot in relation to farming communities, maybe I'll touch on that later. But ultimately, what we also hear a lot of is a write-off of public transport in rural areas, like, oh, maybe we'll focus on electric vehicles in those areas, we'll focus on the cities now, and absolutely in terms of reducing our emissions quickly, focus on the more built-up areas, and that, really does deal with the issues around air pollution as well. But, for example, I live in a very rural area. I grew up on a small farm. If you drive 2 minutes further, you hit sea, it's a cul-de-sac. But, like, there's very few houses around, and a car goes past every 10, 15 minutes. So it shouldn't seem so otherworldly or out of reach, or not even a prospect, that we might have public transport in all of these areas. It's not a huge country. And if there was a bus every hour going down that road that I live on, that I grew up on, loads of us would avail of that instead of having to pay the very high cost of insurance, of tax, of upkeep of a car, of tyres, of all of those things. So I don't think that we should just automatically write that off like people tend to do. There's a real lack of ambition and vision in relation to climate action in this country. And like Jennifer has highlighted and continues to highlight, that results in people having an aversion to something that isn't really a choice. This is an absolute must. And what we're kind of left with now is either, will we leave it to the last minute when we're talking real austerity, or will we be imaginative and ambitious and address this now and make it actually something that has a profoundly positive impact on all of our lives, rural and the rest of the country.
And it is... Like, it is just, it's political will, right? So the Connecting Ireland plan that the government came out with, which is really to increase rural transport, like, that was allocated 5 million in last year's budget, 5 million for the entire country. And then the same government allocates 450 million to developers to build apartments. So there is just the lack of political will there, and the lack of vision. And a lack of responsibility. Like, the government should be more responsible with how it's spending its money. We need to invest in these public services, and they're just not doing it.
So we've got about 7 minutes left. So what I might do is, Cian, I might come to you first and just say, so, we know people are massively struggling, and there is enormous hardship for all the people that we represent. In all aspects of life, which we've heard about. What are the solutions to this? Like, what would you say if there was one thing you could do tomorrow to really deliver for the people that you represent and try and alleviate that hardship in relation to the cost of living? What would that be?
Well, one thing on housing I do is I get the €450 million that the government is giving to developers to build expensive apartments that vast majority of people will not be able to afford. They'll only go to the people on the top 15% of incomes. That's what the analysis shows. Take that 450 million, don't give it to developers for expensive, unaffordable apartments, and build affordable homes with that instead. You could build with that sort of a subsidy, you could build between 5,000 and 10,000 affordable purchase and affordable cost rental homes. That would be a much better way of using those resources, and that would give people real choice.
Thanks. Perfect. Holly, how about yourself?
It's hard to pick. There's a lot of things I think that need to be done, but I suppose you know, more broadly, I think we need a different government. I think if people want something different, they have to start voting for something different. And I think the best example of that is probably something that we can all imagine, and we could see the profound impact it would have on our lives, is the implementation of Sláinte Care. That is a fundamental socially democratic policy.
And I know you wanted to just mention a little bit earlier about kind of food production and the sustainability of that. Maybe just speak a little bit to that.
Yeah, and I will be very brief. And I suppose it's something we talk about housing, we talk about healthcare, and we talk about education. We see them very much as, you know, public departments that, you know, we all have, you know, something to do with. And agriculture is never really seen in that way. And I think, you know, how food is produced and, you know, the food that we consume, it matters to everybody, it matters to consumers. And ultimately, you know, it ties in a lot to the discussion on climate, that any kind of action to address the climate crisis in terms of agriculture is seen as a cliff edge for rural communities. And the result of that is essentially we have the communities who will be the most impacted by climate change being the most scared of climate action. And like healthcare, like housing, there's a reason for that. Some people do very well out of the current model financially, and it's not farmers. And that whole narrative makes the kind of presumption also that because we're farmers, we don't understand facts or science or all of those things. And I just think it's something I really wanted to highlight during this discussion.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks so much for that. Gary, we'll go to you. What's the one thing that you think should be implemented to address this?
Okay, it's very difficult to do one thing, so I'm going to start with one thread. That begins. I'm going to start one thread that begins at childcare and invest in a publicly funded model of childcare that kind of helps mothers get back to work, helps people start life with dignity, bring that right through to primary, where primary becomes free. We invest in not only the education in terms of the book learning, but the emotional learning, the development of a child. Bring that into secondary school where we have, again, emotional support. So reimagine a Leaving Cert that's not done just for the purpose of an exam and a job afterwards, but helps develop the character, the personality, the resilience of a young person, and then give the opportunity to go on, be that into a trade, be that into college, university. I think if we see that thread as kind of how we invest in a child all the way up in the surroundings of them, like be that the mother, the family, and see that thread all the way up, I think we can have a fundamentally different style of republic. Yeah.
Oh, and you never said we had to pick one.
Well, you can do a thread. You can do a thread.
I won't
It's okay.
As eloquently as Gary would be able to. I think when it comes to, I'm just going to put the climate hat on, and I think just in relation to retrofitting, I think a simple thing that the government could do, it's really achievable, would actually be to make sure that that people don't have to pay up front for retrofitting, that the government actually does the retrofitting for people, and then as they save on their energy bills, that gets paid off. So I think something like that it's manageable. It's manageable and it's simple, and it's been Social Democrat policy for quite a while now. And I really hope the government actually listens to this conversation, and takes that idea and runs with it, because people are not going to be able to afford to do what we're asking of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much. So I guess that kind of brings us to the end of our discussion. I would like to thank you all very much for your contributions. I think it was a really interesting discussion, and I think certainly for me, I guess going back to the people that I represent in Limerick City, you're giving me a lot of hope, and I think we need a little bit of that at the moment. I think, just to say, as our Social Democrat TDs in the Dáil, I think you do an outstanding job, and I would really like to thank you for all that you do. The theme of our conference today, as everyone will know, is doing things differently. And I certainly think that you, representing us in the Dáil, do politics differently. And I think that is something that we have desperately needed in Ireland for many, many years. And I think it's just refreshing seeing that sort of style of politics, brought into the Dáil and brought into our national representation. So thanks so much for all your contributions today. Really, really appreciate it. And thanks very much, everyone, for being here today. And I would just like to say thank you for everyone that tuned in as well on the RTE News channel. Thanks very much. Thanks, everyone. Thanks very much. Really appreciate it. That was great. Yeah. Thanks.
You need to turn these off then.
Think we, yeah.
It means an end to tax breaks for investment funds. It means the state doing its job and delivering homes that are affordable and ensuring fairness and security for renters. It means ending the blight of vacancy and dereliction and building sustainable communities.
Radical action when it comes to our climate and biodiversity crisis. It means massively boosting our renewable energy production. It means
Social Democrats in terms of our TDs. I joined very soon after the referendum to repeal the 8th. I had been, the only other time I was engaged in politics before that was probably during the marriage equality referendum. And I just kind of had that realisation during the repeal referendum that the best way to affect change is to knock on doors and ask for votes. It was kind of a light bulb moment. And I think, one of the biggest problems, obviously, in Irish politics has been, the poor representation, lack of female representation, and the Social Democrats obviously stood out to me in that regard. I never felt like a token female in the Social Democrats. And ultimately, I suppose, I don't think you can govern a society that promotes equality if that doesn't exist within your own party. And, co-led by 2 women, 2/3 of our parliamentary party now are women, and the majority of our councillors. So it was the obvious choice, and I think Ireland's ready for that more progressive style of politics finally.
I sort of fell into it. I fell right into politics. I had been living in Australia for 10 years, and when we moved back home, we moved to Wicklow, and I just looked around and just saw lots of things around the town that I thought needed changing. And then I looked at the politicians that were there and thought, well, they don't reflect me or my values or what I want to see, and so I got involved. So I went from being an independent councillor to actually starting up the party with Roisin and Catherine, and it's a really inclusive party, lots of women. In fact, my daughter was born 2 or 3 weeks before we launched the party, so she was the youngest member of the National Executive team.
The ambition now is to try and make significant inroads into the key issues of housing, of health, of climate, of childcare, and there's so many other areas. And I think that can only be done if we have really good governance. Over my career, I have worked with my community in bringing about change in some of these areas. As a relatively new party, we're a party of the future. Our aim is to build better quality public services and a better way of life. That's part of the reason why women should get involved, join that team and help us to build.
Affordable housing.
Climate action and just transition.
Universal healthcare.
Equality.
Social justice.
Good governance and an end to cronyism.
These are the cornerstones of social democracy. These are the things we in the Social Democrats believe in.
We know that Ireland needs firstly.
My mic is now on. Motions on the cost of living and the fair economy. The first motion, number 4 from the Wicklow branch. Do we have Deirdre McCormick here? So you get 2 minutes and the screen is there.
Hi, can you hear me? So at the moment in Ireland, if you are starting a family or you're expanding your family and you have an employer, your employer is not obliged to pay you when you go on maternity, paternity, parental, adoptive or parents' leave. If you have paid enough PRSI payments, you can receive a payment from the state, which is about €250 a week. But if you have an employer, they can top you up if they want to, but they're not obligated. Having kids is expensive. Children are like money pits. They just really are. So in this country at the moment, we're congratulating people. We're saying, brilliant, well done having a child, expanding your family, starting a family. Now we're going to set you the challenge of lasting 6 months on a lower income. So basically, more people in your house, less money coming in. And when you look at it that way, it's a little bit mad, like it doesn't really make sense. So our motion calls for large companies to be legally required to publish their policies regarding their financial contributions to maternity, paternity, parental, adoptive and parents' leave. So that means that if you're going into a job interview, you will know in advance what that company does if they make a financial contribution, if you decide to go and start a family or to expand your family. And if you're in a job interview, you're highly unlikely to ask, so what's your policy on maternity leave? You should be able to ask that, but at the back of your head, you're going to be wondering, is this going to stop me getting this job? So you're probably not going to ask it. So another benefit of knowing this, of the companies publishing this information in advance, is that it'll become very clear pretty quickly which companies are topping up the employees' wages when they go on these leaves and which aren't. And that information is very, very useful when you're making like top 100 companies to work for in Ireland lists and things like that. So hopefully it would encourage more companies to top up the wages when their employees go on these leaves. So We really, really would urge you to support this motion. This policy will help people, and this policy will help us as Social Democrats to get a better deal for families. So please support our motion. Thank you.
Thanks, Deirdre. Would anybody like to speak against this motion? No? So we're fairly short on time, so as no one is speaking against, Deirdre, I assume you don't need to do a sum up. So I'm just going to call a vote on this one now. All in favour of this motion, please raise your lanyard high. Against? Abstaining? And this motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay. Motion number 21, this is the National Executive Motion, and Pádraig is going to speak on it for us. Only 2 minutes.
Thanks, everyone. So motion 21, I'm very proud to bring this motion forward on behalf of the National Executive, but also quite ashamed that our country has left its most vulnerable in a position that we need to be putting forward such a motion. This government has repeatedly and openly refused to address the cost of living crisis. They're not just unable but unwilling, and they're letting the most vulnerable people in our society suffer for it. This motion calls for an emergency budget to alleviate the pressure on our most vulnerable, including an increase to core social welfare payments, a permanent reduction in public transport fees beyond what is currently or what was during COVID, a windfall tax on the profits that energy companies make at our expense, and an extension to the fuel allowance and exceptional needs payment, as well as a ban on rent increases for 3 years. Social democracy is about ensuring that there is a basic level of security and human dignity below which nobody in our society should be allowed to fall, and this motion goes some way to engage with that on a practical level, so please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pádraig. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? No? Okay, we're flying through these, so we might take one or two if anyone would like to speak for it, just in the interest of debate. No? Okay, let's take a vote. So if you're in favour of this motion, raise your lanyard high. Against? Abstaining? Gosh, these are brilliant. Motion 21 carries. Pádraig. Again. Motion 22.
Yeah, motion 22 is on the living wage. Our current minimum wage is €10.50 an hour, which is €2.40 an hour below the expected living wage, and that's a gap of almost €5,000 a year before tax for a full-time worker. This means that there is an entire category of workers whose work this government accepts is important and needs doing, but who this government thinks should be financially insecure by default while doing it. This motion calls for a minimum wage of €12.90 in line with the living wage as one small step towards alleviating the financial struggles of those most vulnerable. This government has attempted to sidestep the living wage as an issue with a sleight of hand by redefining the living wage to lower it rather than raise the minimum wage in line with it. But, you know, cooking the books isn't going to improve the lives of low-income workers, and a wage increase will. So please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Pádraig. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Okay, we have someone. Do we have a microphone today? Sorry. Pádraig, are you volunteering to do the microphone thing? Thank you.
You just did.
Thank you, Pádraig.
Thanks. John Hurley from this Dunleary branch. This is another motion that calls on the government to do something, and I'm wondering how fruitful is it for us to call on the government. Our TDs are calling on the government all the time to do all these things, and the same in the previous motion. So how are we going to implement this if it passes?
Would you like to respond?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think I spoke on a similar issue regarding some of the motions last night, in that frequently calls on this government fall on deaf ears. I don't think that's necessarily a case to not make those calls and to not hold them to account. I think in affirming our stance in favour of a living wage, or a minimum wage that is in line with the living wage, that puts the onus on our party at all levels, including the parliamentary party, to work within the Oireachtas towards achieving that change.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak for? Okay.
Hi, Sheila. Tim O'Connor from the Limerick City branch. I'm on the minimum wage myself, and it's very hard to get by on it. Now, I know there's discussion about how it's going to be funded, but you have executives on hundreds of thousands. And just as the speaker, that documentary about inequity this morning was saying, that there's these people on huge incomes and they're being increased year on year and year. Why can't there be a stealth tax on these, and that will help go funding an increase in the minimum wage?
Thank you. Anyone against? Over here, Porg.
Hello, thank you. My name is Gary Canton from the Dublin-based South branch. I'm in favour mostly for this, but I'm against the figure that you've chosen because the cost of living crisis has already gobbled that up. I would start a minimum wage at 15 euros an hour for every worker. I am a carer for my husband. I work an enormous amount of hours and I earn only 224 a week. I make it look good, but that doesn't mean it's a livable wage. And I think as Social Democrats, we need to push ahead of the bare minimum and lead by saying, you know what? Living should be something dignified as opposed to bare minimum.
Porg, would you like to respond? Or?
Yeah, actually, I wholeheartedly agree. I will say, though, that the definition of living wage is, I suppose, what we're working towards here, that a minimum wage should not fall below what is considered a living wage. And I think there's a very, very legitimate argument in line with what you're saying, that our living wage does not answer that question adequately and does not actually adhere to that. But I would say where our living wage is where our minimum wage should be meeting it, is I suppose, the response to that.
Okay, thank you, Porg. So we might take a vote on this one now. All in favour of motion 22, raise your hand and your tie. Against? Abstaining? Great. This motion is carried. Okay. Motion number 14, funding in higher education. Brendan from Cork South Central. No, don't touch my bell.
Don't touch it. Thank you, Sheila. Hello, everyone. Brendan Palmer from Cork South Central. I don't normally prepare speeches when I speak on motions or that kind of way. I talk off the cuff, but I want to try and keep straight down the middle here because this is a particular topic that has been central to my heart for quite some time. I'd like to begin by citing an article by Fintan O'Toole in the Irish Times from April 2021 entitled "Ireland's Brilliant Education System is a Complete Fluke." In Fintan's own words, the state has never managed to think in a coherent way about education, to place it where it should, which is at the heart of Ireland's development, and therein lies the basis of this motion, because in 2016 we had the Castles report, and the Castles report identified that funding of higher education had been cut in half between 2009 and 2015. And how can higher education be left to kind of continue to function in this kind of predicament? Well, the answer was to erode the employment conditions of its staff. We had the Cush report in 2016, and that identified that about half, 13,000 lecturing staff across Irish universities and higher education are employed on fixed-term, hourly, occasional contracts that don't offer security to the staff member. In March 2022, we had representatives from the Irish Precarity Network, and they appeared in front of a joint Oireachtas committee on the future funding of higher education. And I would encourage all of you here to go back and look at that video, because we had people in this kind of precarious scenario giving testimony to the Oireachtas members. And some of the testimonies they gave are really striking. We have people employed in hourly contracts whereby they lecture up to the end of term, they're unemployed then for the summer, and they go back lecturing again in the following year. And this goes on not just for a short time, 6 months, it goes on for years and years. There's no route out of precarity, because the basis of this situation is you are then kind of caught within it. And the reason that I brought this motion is that we don't address this in the SOCDEN's policy. So I'm asking for the Education Committee remit to be expanded so that we can address this and focus on this, because currently we're only refocusing on primary and secondary.
Sorry, Brendan.
But the focus of the...
You'll get to respond in a minute.
I'll get to respond in a minute.
Okay.
It's just focused primarily on soccer.
Yes, you'll get to respond. Okay. Maybe Karen? Sorry, are you speaking for, is it? Yeah, we'll take an against after.
First of all, thank you very much for bringing this. Karen Seager from the Limerick City branch. We have 4 third-level campuses in the city. I work in one of them for the last 20 years. I want to tell you 3 stories from 2020 to demonstrate the impact of precarity at third level. In 2020, I had cancer. I got 6 months fully paid leave, and I recovered. While I was having my chemo, a staff member from another campus was bringing in to also have chemo, bringing in her corrections and correcting them at the same chemo table that I was at, so that she could finish term, so that they wouldn't know she was sick, so that they would renew her contract in September. While I was out sick, a colleague where I was working was given my teaching hours to cover on top of her own teaching hours, which gave her a working week of 70 hours across 3 campuses, and she had to drive an hour between the 3 of them. There is a reason that mental health levels and distress and third level have gone through the roof. I would ask everybody to support this, and thank you again for bringing it.
Thank you. Would anybody like to speak against? Anybody like to speak against this motion? Okay, then I'm going to call a vote. Oh, sorry. Proposed amendment, Pete from Limerick City. Limerick County. Sorry. That's why we have standing orders.
Sorry about this, I'll keep it really short. So the amendment is just by way of clarification on the last bullet point, just to sort of indicate what action would actually be taken. So I'll read it out. Conference also asks that the parliamentary party call on the government to prioritise the reversal of all casualisation measures in higher education and to ensure that those employed in academia in third-level institutions work under fair contracts of indefinite duration that ensure and protect the independence and high standards of academics. So that is the proposed motion.
Thank you. Sorry, I'll just give Brendan a chance to respond to that if you would like to.
Thank you. While I welcome the suggestion of the amendment, I don't think that it strengthens the existing motion. This motion is focused on the fact that our education policy group doesn't have a remit to look into or discuss or adopt proposals to bring these things to the Dáil. I think that's where we need to start. I think once we're in that position, we will be able to better address or better reach out and champion the cause of precarious workers. So I don't think the text that's offered actually strengthens the existing motion, so I would go against it myself.
Okay, Angela?
Thank you very much, Brendan, for this important motion. I'm not so sure about the amendment, though. My issue would be towards the end where it says to ensure that those employed in academia and third-level institutions work under fair contracts of indefinite duration. So many people working in higher education are not on contracts of indefinite duration per se, and I think it's a bit confusing, to be honest. I mean, a CID is a legal entitlement that is generated by virtue of working under the Fixed Term Workers Act, and I don't think we want necessarily to ensure that everybody is on that type of contract. I think we're looking for, secure permanency, but I get the spirit of the amendment, but I'm not sure that the technicality of it is correct. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak for the amendment?
Kind of hijacking this because I don't know if I'm speaking for it now or not, but what I did want to say very quickly is that it's really important that we know that the precarity issue is extraordinarily gendered, and when we allow the precarity to continue of third-level contracts, what we're seeing is a massive decrease in diversity. Another issue, particularly for a party like ours that is based on accountability and transparency and evidence and so on, you cannot speak truth to power if you cannot pay your rent, if you are afraid to criticise. So this, to me, must be a really key issue, and I would ask not only do we pass this, but as a party, I would love to see it being brought forward as a key point of work this year. And thank you again to Cork for bringing it.
Thanks, Brendan, I'll just give you a minute to respond.
My last thing would be just to say that we now have a new environment in government. We now have the creation of a Department for Further and Higher Education, Research, Innovation and Science. And the Minister, Simon Harris, has put forward the fact that we are now going to have an increased investment in third level. So he has painted a big target on his department's back that we need to aim for, and we need to ensure that precarious work at the highest level of our education system, remember, needs to be kind of focused on, because we can't expect the quality of the education we deliver to be given by people on short-term contracts that don't know if they're even going to be delivering the same course the following year. We have to remove that immediately. And these people cannot represent themselves. They are in a very kind of difficult situation. They are very pressurised. It needs other people who are more secure in their employment to bring this forward, and that's what I'm bringing here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. Okay. We'll vote on the proposed amendment first. So if you're in favour of the amendment, please raise your lanyard. Against? Abstaining? The amendment falls. And now we'll vote on the motion. If you're in favour. Against? Abstaining? The motion is carried. Okay. Mark Kahn, is he here? No. So this is a National Executive motion. If somebody else from the National Executive, Angela, International Corporation Tax Reform. I saw those words and had a bit of PTSD from last night, so I'm not doing it. Read them, yeah. That's all you need to do. I'm fairly certain. Mark Kahn, are you? No, he's not here.
Angela Flynn, Vice Chair, on behalf of the National Executive, apparently moving motion number 29 on international corporation tax reform. By Gad, as they say. Okay, so conference, this motion calls on the government to support, improve and implement international efforts on corporate tax reform.
No, Angela, yes. I'm sorry, I'm actually wrong. The programme is incorrect.
Okay.
I've just remembered that Anne told me this, and motion 29 will come after our speaker from Christian Aid in the breakout session later. Sorry. Sorry. I completely forgot the programme is slightly, it went to the printers before we realised that motion 29 is actually coming a little bit later, after the breakout session in the Trinity Suite later on. So that is us. Under time, lads, under time. Go and take 5 minutes to yourselves, and we have 2 breakout sessions. One here and one in the Trinity Suite. So climate action is here, and transparency and accountability is down in the Trinity Suite. And I just want to make a note to you all now, and I'm going to repeat this quite a few times. Our plenary session to vote on these motions is going to be downstairs in the Trinity Suite, because they'll be preparing for leader speech in here. So when we're voting on these at 10 to 4, it's downstairs. Okay? Right, thank you everybody. Thank you. everybody. Welcome to our breakout session on climate action. Can I ask if everybody could just move forwards? It would look nice, you know, for the speakers. Just come up to the front of the room. And just a little reminder that the fire exits are to the left and right of the stage. Slight change from your programme. Unfortunately, Hannah Daly can't be with us today. So our TD Jennifer Whitmore is going to speak to our newest councillor, Owen O'Brien. So I will leave them at it.
Thanks very much, Sheila. So unfortunately Hannah couldn't make it, and when we were thinking, well, who will we talk to and what expert can we bring in, the fantastic thing about our party is we have so many experts in-house that we didn't need to look too far. So we have Councillor Owen O'Brien, who's our newest member of the representative team, I think. And so we're just going to have a chat, right? So this is it's an environmental chat amongst friends. I'm going to go to the audience a little bit as well because I want it to be a bit more interactive. But first I'm going to talk to Owen and ask him about his background and what area he works in, so he can give us a little bit of context, and then we're just going to talk about climate change, climate actions, the targets, what we need to do, what we're not doing, and just have that conversation. Okay, Owen, off you go.
Thanks, Jennifer. I'm the 20th county councillor for the Soc Dems. I'm very proud of that. And I know Professor Hannah Daly, who plans to come here today, because from 2014 to 2017, we worked on the same EU project, which was modelling solutions for low carbon futures for the whole continent and globe to 2050. So we're energy systems modelers, which means we attempt to represent society, the housing sector, the transport sector, the industry sector, the electricity production, and use models, which could be as simple as an Excel sheet, or it could be more complicated using C programming or MATLAB or something else, to find pathways to low carbon futures. The emissions, they could rise rapidly and then descend slowly, or the curve could go like that. So what we're doing is trying to find the least cost scenarios, and we can undertake mathematical optimization to find them, or you can do it simpler, which is in a linear fashion. The key tool you use, believe it or not, is the carbon tax. So in the model, you keep increasing the carbon tax until you get the changes that you're looking for. It can be criticized as it can't all be about carbon taxes. And what the response to that can be that everything else, which is on the demand side, retrofitting and electric cars and things like that, are very, very small measures which are hard to target in the models. So a high carbon tax just represents many different measures. And it's like if all these things are happening, you could estimate what's called a shadow carbon tax, which would be necessary to make things happen. Originally I studied electronic engineering in UL. I wanted to work with the environment there. There was a great environmental society. So I found a master's in Sweden for engineers that want to work with the environment. It was called industrial ecology. Just for info, all masters in Sweden are in English and they're free of charge, completely free. So I went, did one of them, and they said, would you like to stay and do a PhD in this energy systems modeling focused on the building sector? So that's how I got into it. And in the energy modeling world, they would say everything started with the oil crisis in the 1970s. Before that, there was no real focus on efficiency. There was loads of oil. And it was easy just for first world countries and developing countries to just build out large centralized systems where you have huge nuclear or oil or gas power plants and you distribute the electricity. But then with the oil crisis, things starts to change.
Okay. And I suppose what's really interesting for me in all this as well, because this is my first real conversation with Owen, and what Owen doesn't realise is there's all these jobs I have in my head that to get you to do for us now, Owen, when we're dealing with the climate stuff. But I suppose, I don't know, I would imagine you all saw last week that the EPA came out and said, look, Ireland is way off target, emissions are actually going up. And even if we implement every single aspect of what the government is saying they're going to do, it's not going to be enough. So like, that's a huge red flag for us, a big, big problem. And so, do you think, like, what's your assessment? Are we on track for those targets, and what are the challenges in actually meeting them?
Don't think we're on track. The targets are internationally agreed treaties. You might say, some people say Ireland's a small country, you know, can we make a difference? Not really compared to China, that's true, but on a per capita basis, we can make a big difference. People in developing countries say, well, why should I reduce my carbon footprint if people in Ireland don't? And we have signed up to these legally binding treaties. The Green Party set an ambitious target of 7% per year reduction in emissions. The numbers are nice, but on the ground, when you think about what would that look like, it would look like way less cars on the road that are using petrol and diesel. So there are many alternatives, but we're not on track there. Where I live, young people buy a car as a way, you know, it's independence. It's a form of reaching adulthood, and it's still, because of their frustrations as a student with getting around, it's still felt as a thing. You know, once I get that car, I'll be on my own and able to manage things better. Well, I don't see, whereas when I lived in Paris, nobody had a car. A car would be completely impractical. And because there was a metro system, there was suburban rail, there were trams, and the bus was the fourth choice. A monthly ticket was 80 euros a month, all in. When I came back to Ireland in 2017, I rang Dublin Bus and said, how much is a monthly ticket? And they said 140. And I said, does that include the Lewis? And they said, no, you have to get something else for that. But since then, you know, we have leap cards and things. But I don't see that if I just look at transports, you can't see it on the ground, really.
Yeah, and look, I absolutely agree with you. It's one of the biggest frustrations, I think, when, you know, I'm in the Dáil and I'm listening to all the plans. And I think we do have to give credit to the Greens for getting the framework in place, for getting the act in place. And that in itself was a big thing to get done. But it's not just about getting the targets in, it's about how we're going to meet those targets and how quickly we're going to do it. And there isn't when it comes to the implementation, we're just not seeing the implementation. And the implementation that is being proposed isn't fair in how it's been proposed. And that's probably, you know, for us as a party, one of the biggest issues, because as I was saying earlier on, we need to make sure that we bring people with us. Like this, when we talk about climate, this should be such a positive conversation that we're having. Like, the benefits are enormous. And we saw even, you know, biodiversity, we saw over COVID, you know, people were enjoying getting out walking because the streets were closed off to cars, so they had their kids out cycling. They were getting engaged more with nature, and you could really see the positives. Well, whilst we were dealing with obviously a very, very difficult situation, the mental health benefits of people being able to get out and walk and cycle in a healthy and safe manner were just, you know, enormous. So this should be a really positive conversation that we're having.
We have transitions in society all the time. We've had transitions from horse and cart to car. In the 80s, we started transitioning from heating your house in Dublin with oil or coal to natural gas. What happened is the natural gas, when gas was discovered in Kinsale, the pipelines were laid to the urban centres. The pipeline was laid on streets that had plenty, you know, through all estates in Dublin. And once that pipeline network was laid, it was a no-brainer to switch, because you didn't have to deliver coal, you didn't have to have oil delivered, it was piped in directly. And that was obviously a positive transition. No one was criticising that. We need more transitions now, and in a sense that's all they are, but for sure there's a lot of fear out there, and that's something to be dealt with. Just on that housing thing, the fact that pipe network was laid by the state made it easy for people to almost plug and play into getting gas heating. stepping forward to where we are now, I see people are getting individual houses retrofit. So you might have in an estate with semi-Ds, one person is getting the external insulation, the other isn't, whereas it would be more economical for both to get it at the same time or a whole estate. But those solutions, we're far from those kind of solutions. An only analogy I can think of is if a district heating network was laid all throughout the city, then people could plug in, and some could use the existing radiators, some would need new radiators, but it would be much cheaper for the individual than expecting them to pay a lot of money to first renovate their houses to B2 and then to pay more for a heat pump. Look, I mean, if you can do that, it's beautiful. Like the house is warm, and it's carbon. Your heating system is zero carbon. But expecting the numbers to do that in the time frame is a tall order, I think.
And I suppose it comes back to as well is like where we differentiate from the other parties is that we see, particularly in times of crisis, that the state really should be the one intervening and providing the solutions. Whereas I think the likes of, Fianna Fáil and the Greens and Fine Gael would rely more on the private sector. So we have a housing crisis, and it's the private sector is expected to provide the solutions for that, whether it's through rented accommodation or through building. Similar with this, with the climate, it's the private sector. So the one-stop shops are private entities, and we're expecting them to roll this out.
I think Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael will only choose market-based solutions. That they've demonstrated that for the last 2 or 3 decades, and I wouldn't expect anything different from them. It would be quite surprising if they did.
And it's not, in times of crisis, you need the state to really do the heavy lifting, and that's really what we would expect the state to do, and to really step in.
They do make it as an either-or solution. When I lived in Sweden, I spoke to a political actor. I was in the Green Party in Sweden, I should confess that. But so one of my party colleagues there, he said what he thinks when he was talking about healthcare. He said the state should be a provider and can set the standard. So let's say with social housing, if the social housing provided was state-of-the-art, it would set the standard for the private developers, because the state can do it without the profit motive, do it nicely. So he said, we're not looking for communism. There can be private actors, but let the state set the standard here. But in our case, the state's provision of housing is not where it should be. There's not the staff and there's not the resources to do it in a way that people would say, I want that.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just going to, I know we don't have the timer on, so I'm just wondering if those people in the control, the brain section over there, could you put the timer on, because I just don't want to be given out to by Sheila. Where is she? For going over. So like when we talk about all the different aspects and all the different promises and commitments that the government is doing, right? So and the things that we need to do to meet our targets, I suppose there's a few key areas, right? The biggest one is the renewables, right? So wind production. The next biggest one is retrofitting. And then we have the likes of EV. Like they seem to be the sort of the 3 key things really that the government is relying on doing it. And when you look at each of them, there's problems with all of them. Like none of them are actually meeting their targets. And I suppose for me, my biggest fear is that we're going to hit 2025, 2026. And then, we're going to realise actually, it's too late. We don't have the infrastructure, the capability.
So you'd wonder there, if we just stick with the renewables and wind turbines, and it's a fact. The wind speeds off the coast of Ireland are, between Ireland and Scotland, they're the highest in Europe. People talk about the renewables endowments. So the Sahara Desert, Southern Europe, has an endowment of solar. We have an endowment of winds, which should be exploited. Should there be a state company leading the way and pushing for the deployment of these wind turbines offshore? Because perhaps some of the developers are adopting a wait and see. Perhaps they're international actors, so they might prioritise another country before Ireland. I think most of them would be international.
They're international, and actually what they're finding most difficult is a lack of clarity from the government. So they know that that there's a timeline that they have to hit, and they're putting quite large investments in, because obviously the state is not doing it. And for them, they find it very, very challenging working with Ireland, because they don't know what framework they're working in. They don't know what legislation they should be adhering to. They don't know, is there going to be a marine protected area where I'm going to be putting my wind farm? They don't know all these things. And I know, because I have spoken to the industry, and they are finding that very difficult. They go back to their investors, and their investors are saying Ireland is the craziest place to do business when it comes to this kind of stuff, because there is no clarity, and yet there's an expectation that we'll invest. So I mean, that's a major issue. And I think when it comes to, there's a real focus at the moment on the East Coast. I don't know how many of you live on the East Coast, but we will essentially, if it comes to fruition, there will be wind farms down from Dundalk to Wexford, but there doesn't seem to be as much focus on the West Coast, where the real opportunities are. Like, I think there's technological issues there, and the government is like, right, we'll deal with the East Coast first, and then we'll deal with, rather than just throwing everything at it. And we had, I can't remember if it was the SEAI or the department were into one of the climate committees, and they said, was it EirGrid? The government said something like, the government's asked us to look at how we can do this quicker and how we can ramp up. And I'm like, because of the energy crisis, that was it. And so when the energy crisis hit, the government said we need to do it quicker. I'm like, hold on, we're in a climate crisis. How are we not throwing everything at it? How is there still capacity within your systems to ramp up even more? We should be doing 120% already, So
the Irish Sea makes sense in the sense that it's beside the load, it's beside where most people live and use energy, and it's shallower than the Atlantic, and it's the weather is calmer for maintenance. So no one lives in the sea as such. I don't know how far out they'll be. Where's Ross? You know the answer to this. Will people be able to see turbines from the shore?
Yeah. I think it's like, is it? Yeah. I think it's 12 kilometres.
12 kilometres.
Yeah.
It's Codlin Wind Park off Wicklow Town. It's 12 kilometres out, and you'll be able to see them all the way from Graystown to Wicklow Town. But 12 kilometres out.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But is there a bit of chimney stacks versus turbines? Anyway, maybe it is easier than the Atlantic for certain.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of uninhabited islands off the west coast. I haven't looked into this, but you'd wonder if they wouldn't be ideal spots for turbines, because it's easier.
Yeah. Kieran, do you want to? Sorry, Karen, do we need a mic? Yes. Would that help? Okay. Is there a mic somewhere for Kieran? It's not often you need a mic for a Cork man, mind you. I might be outnumbered here, right? Wicklow crew, we could get in trouble.
She's a nationalist Corkman. Just to, I think it's a very interesting conversation you're having, and just, I suppose, to touch on the points that Owen made there as regards legislation, or lack thereof. Because I've worked on this quite recently, I can categorically assure you that there's absolutely nothing. And I've had international clients sort of ask me, about the legislation, and I'm kind of like, guys, how can I drag out this opinion? It isn't there. What is there is we've a horrible mixture of maritime law and planning law at the moment dealing with this issue of offshore wind farms. So we have maritime law dating from 1894, Merchant Shipping Act is applicable when we had sailing ships, basically. That's still in the statute books. The Brits took theirs, they made it for us, but they got rid of their one quite a long time ago. We still have it. What we do have is literally dozens of enactments, various acts and delegated legislation covering this area, specifically as regards offshore wind farms. The legislation that we need, that the UK has, for example, specific to the offshore world, We have some stuff from the 80s dealing with, as Owen referenced, the Kinsale wind farm. We just made specific legislation there which does not apply in any way to offshore wind farms. It's specific. It even talks about, oil or gas. It just isn't applicable. As regards the sort of legislation that we need, which is specific legislation allowing them to build wind farms, to service them, to have particular types of ships, particular types of crews, particular ports, we have absolutely nothing of that on the statute.
You make me think that it'll go a lot faster in Scotland because they have the...
Definitely. I can say for certain that when we're using the exploration vessels, etc., and very specialised vessels that we need to do this, we're going to get them from Scotland. We just don't have the infrastructure here. And another point that I might make as well, because I have sort of attended a few I wouldn't call them greenwashing meetings from people who are in industry, who are trying to push this stuff. It's chaos.
Yeah.
It's the Wild West. Somebody mentioned the distance of the wind farms from the coast, and that will be an issue. I mean, these guys, they would build a wind farm in the Liffey if they had the reason is simple. The further out they are, the more cable costs money. So you want your energy right beside you. So yes, they're going to make an absolute mess of the East Coast if they can. They'll do it badly. The legislation isn't in place to deal with it. The West Coast stuff that they're talking about at the moment is pie in the sky stuff. They're talking about mooring vessels a long way out to sea. It's not going to happen.
Floating turbines.
The floating, yeah.
It's not going to happen anytime soon. What's going to happen is somebody's going to develop the idea and then sell the idea, but we still won't have the wind farms. Yeah. So it's a maddening situation to be watching it, and it's really interesting to listen to talk about.
Yeah, and like I think for me particularly, because like obviously I'm like in Wicklow, right? We're gonna it's very hard because we need these wind farms, but they need to be done in a responsible way, and. We're talking about the planning and getting those regs in and getting the laws in, but what we're not also taking on board is the biodiversity needs. And it was the one thing that I've sort of always I try not to talk about the climate without talking about biodiversity because they're just so interlinked. And I know there's a new group, and I'm just so delighted to see them up and running, is called Fair Seas. And it's an umbrella organisation that actually have developed, and they launched during the week, a report putting forward what they think the MPAs where they should be. And actually it's interesting because the entire East Coast should be an MPA, and that's based on a lot of, they've had scientists look at this over the last 6-9 months. So it's great to see this is happening, and it's hopefully will start the conversation because government has put its head in the sand, because what it's wanted to do, I think, is move forward with the planning and the wind farm stuff and bring the biodiversity stuff after the fact. But the risk, and even the wind farm people are saying this, the risk for them is that their decisions will be, they'll go to judicial review, and that's...
Like with the SHDs that the state wants the developers to write the legislation and then let it happen.
Well, there is a planning act going through that's sort of literally like a county development plan for the sea, okay. and that will sort of say you'll be able to put wind farms in here. My sense is that a lot of the time it is developers and that would input into that. And I know, like Keane tried really hard to bring some level of acknowledgement of the MPAs into that legislation, because you have sort of these two processes that should be running parallel. In actual fact, the MPA legislation should be first, right? Because we should be saying these are really high value biodiversity areas, and we should be protecting these no matter what. We should be identifying those first, and then the wind farm should go in after. Unfortunately, the government is doing it the other way around. Now, there was options to have interim measures in place that would protect biodiversity, but government didn't even accept those. Keane and the opposition parties did try put that forward. So it's leaving us in a really, it's a very difficult position.
They're using the climate crisis to say we cannot acknowledge the biodiversity.
Well, they're not saying they can't. They're saying we will, but we're just not there yet. So that's there's a few questions. Sorry, I don't know your name. What's your name? Aidan. Perfect.
Hi, Aidan from North Mayo. We're talking about the East Coast. I can actually give the West Coast perspective.
Go on, yeah.
Aidan from North Mayo. We're talking about the need to get into windmills on the West Coast. it is possible, in fact, some have gone up. There's an area called Belcork in North Mayo where it has happened. The only thing is, there's a lot of local resistance. There is a way to smooth that over and has worked, which is two actions, which was firstly, the locals within a certain perimeter are getting cut of profits. Money always smooths, a certain proportion of people down. The other thing was local representation on a executive board. 2 spots were kept and was democratically elected. Now, not to infighting about who got those spots, but again, when people feel they have a bit of a say and you get it over. Oh, and I'm going to be a little bit critiquing on the idea about the islands, West Coast Islands. There are uninhabited islands.
In Iniscay, like now.
The only thing is, I think there will be a lot of local resistance to that, because again, there's a little bit of feeling, particularly in very remote communities, that like if these things go up, really is service the nation rather than the locality, and they feel like we're doing a favour on behalf of the nation. So again, you have to really incorporate smoothing techniques of you individually are going to get something out of this rather than you're doing it for the good of the nation. And yeah, look, it can be done, but it has to be done in a sort of democratic way.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think in relation to that as well, like one of the discussions that as a party we really led on was the whole issue of data centres, right? So like, and I was saying to Eamon Ryan, you can't talk about needing, having these targets and needing to get all these renewables and at the same time just allow this exponential growth of demand. The fact is that data centres are actually using the same amount of energy as every single individual house in rural Ireland. And yet the majority of the actions that government is implementing and needs to implement to meet the targets are individual actions. So they're saying to houses in rural Ireland, you need to pay to get your house retrofitted or take out a loan if you're not on social welfare. And yet at the same time, they're just allowing this exponential growth happen unchecked without any, we weren't saying, don't have any data centres, right? That's unrealistic, and we do need some. But be strategic about it. Know exactly what you're giving. Know exactly what permissions you're given. Make them pay or have recommendations and conditions so that they actually contribute to the system. It shouldn't be a free-for-all. And for a fact, I know that there's data centres who are saying, charge us more for our electricity, because it's every single person in this room and every single person in this country is paying for the grid and the upgrades to the grid, which I think were estimated something like 7 billion, right? And that's so big users like data centres could access. Now, the data centres were saying, charge us more, and the government didn't even do that, right? So, off you go, yeah?
Yeah,
there's a few different people.
I'm a councillor in Kildare, and we've gone through the wind farm situation for years, right? Personally, my view out there, I am a believer in wind. I worked in the petroleum industry for many years in ships, and I've seen stuff which we've done to the environment, which, when I see wind farms, I'm quite happy with it. I know it's not popular view of everybody, but I think we need to build them. They're clean, they're sustainable, and there is a limited amount of damage. There is going to be always damage. Development damages everything. Build a house, it's going to damage that green stuff. So in Kildare, we went through what I would call the judicial reviews, the NIMBYs group set up specifically calling themselves an environmental group. They just set up just to get rid of the wind farms. And a lot of it's settled now, and I could be corrected on this, but a lot of law on all these wind farms, data centres, connection to wind farms, it's been litigated. Look, you'll always find something, Particularly if you find something in our environmental. And my worry is that we're going to spend the next 10 years arguing up the east coast of Ireland why not to do it.
Yeah.
That's my worry.
Yeah.
Why not to put wind farms up? We're going to have to compromise. Nobody said this journey was easy. It's not going to be easy, and more difficult decisions will have to be made. And look, if people of standing out can get judicial review for a cycle lane, what are going to do for a wind farm? And that's my concern. What I said there is really important. It's really important to bring the people with you. In Kildare, they built a huge dump, and the way they got local people to kind of accept it is they have a round system every year to the sports club. It's pure blackmail. There's no but it kind of works, and if you do a more sustainable model and keep people cheaper electricity, they will go. We get rid of the solar farms in Kildare now. Again, they're back to judicial reviews again. Why should we do it? Great land and Boaz. But the issue is throughout a lot of political parties, but the one political party and you might be surprised it's so particularly bad at this. And my experience in Kildare with putting in cycle lanes, partly it's the public consultation. People look for the council look for permission from itself, and the one party who's always objecting to everything is Labour. And I don't know why that is. It's not their party, their cycle schemes, and they have a leader who's a party who cycles everywhere, apparently. You know, whatever, but they are consistently doing this in Dublin, they're doing this in Kildare, and it's very unfortunate, and there's no talking, you know, and I don't know why. And I tried to call them on it, you know, and say, look, this isn't right, you know, that you're doing this. You're supposed to be, you know, people who do cycling for reasons, you know, it should be safe. But listen, we have to, what you say is a plan, we have to have a plan, there is no plan, you know, but I wouldn't be afraid that we'll just go down, what about the Rosie O'Grady Bridge? I was working in Dublin Port at the time and I brought in as a pilot, and we were told by everyone that swans were going to crash into us and they were all going to be dead. There's going to be piles of swans, and we were told that they won't crash into just to happen. So we were told that meetings they're going to crash in, don't do this, just do demonstrations. I've never yet to see a swan.
I think, do you know, I think
don't fly into trees. You know?
it's the conversations, though, isn't it? It's about talking to people like they're adults and having the conversations with people. And even like with the turf, like, oh my God, that whole argument, with 3 weeks of arguing in the Dáil about turf when everyone was saying the same thing. Like even, you know, Sinn Féin was saying what the government was saying. The government had never said they were going to ban it. But what was really interesting is I went and had a look at the consultation that the government had done 3 months prior. And in the consultation document, in the first page of the review, it said, people don't understand what we're proposing here. They think you're going to ban it. And I was like, Jesus, you were told. And I said the same. I said, you were told that people didn't get it. Why didn't you get your messaging right? You know, so it's about talking to people, treating them like adults, and actually bringing them along with it. Now, there's a few. Now, look, I'm really conscious. She's like, it's nearly 3:15 already. What time do we need to?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands. Will we take them all together?
Yeah. Okay, we'll do that. And really
ages.
quickly, because we have to go on to the environmental motions then.
Yeah, you're next. She's first. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Sinead Halpin. I'm with Cork Central. I used to work in the renewable energy sector. I'm currently a second level teacher. I teach chemistry, computer science, and junior science. I could have so many things that I could talk about. I want to talk about one thing. I'm concentrating on 15-minute cities because we are talking in the moment about energy and urban generation in terms of very, very big things. But in terms of the small things that build up, we're talking about the transport of people. So I'm very lucky to live close by to where I work. The benefit of that was that we were able to go from a 2-car house to a 1-car house, but there was absolutely no reward to that. There was nothing that was given to us as a family, whereas if we'd gone and bought an EV, we would have gotten a nice big chunk of money. But also then in terms of my local school, there is a line of 5 taxis every single day to bring students to and from that school, because that is seen as the appropriate school place for children who are coming in from very, very far away, because the education that is suitable for them is not available nearby. So when we're talking about what we were talking about earlier in terms of disability access for children, we also need to talk about having that being local.
Yeah.
And constantly talking about having that be suitable for them, and you know, also housing, having the opportunity to move within something that is going to be suitable to you as well.
Yeah.
So like I said, concentrating on just one thing, but if
15 minutes.
Will you pass the mic back?
Thanks, Sinead.
Do you want?
Yeah, well, we'll talk, but like when it comes to schools, the one thing I always say to parents is the best school is the one that's closest to you. You know, but unfortunately, that choice isn't there for many parents, particularly parents with additional needs, or parents who don't want, you know, they're looking for a non-ethos or a non-religious school. So.
I just wanted to say 1 or 2 things there. So I'm Ross O'Connor from Cork South West. I also work at the Marray Research Centre in offshore renewables, and I think one of the major issues, it's probably obvious to maybe some people in the room, but that a lot of this offshore wind development is, as you say, completely developer-led. I work in the GIS side of things, and my supervisor constantly says that, you know, we're doing all this GIS and spatial planning and everything, but the main issue is that there is no offshore renewable energy development. that's something that needs to be developed in policy. The government need to designate zones as they are doing with the
So like MPAs.
And these zones need to be, one of your first questions to me was, can you see them from the shore? That obviously depends on how far off they are. Ireland doesn't have any limitations on where these developers are drawing their maps at the moment for where they want to put these farms. If you compare ourselves to Belgium, the Netherlands, Denmark, UK, Germany, they all have a minimum distance threshold beyond which you can only place offshore wind farms. And just the final point I want to make is it's always about offshore wind, but there are two other types of offshore renewable energy which are often, in fact, almost always ignored, which is wave and tidal energy. I work at the moment specifically on a wave and tidal energy project, but these are very valid renewable energy types that shouldn't be ignored. I know they're not technology ready yet at the commercial scale, but in 5 years' time it could be different. And the main advantage of them for areas like the West Coast, where I'm from, is visual impact again. Because on the Wide Atlantic Way, you're not going to want to have huge wind farms that are visible from the coast. It's going to lead to major backlash, I think, from the local communities. And the advantage of wave is that the visual impact is very minimal. You're talking 8 meters above the sea surface compared to 260 meters with these offshore wind turbines. So there's a huge advantage of wave and tidal as well. That it's just something that seems to be thrown on the subs bench at the moment, and it's not talked about. But I think an inclusive term when politicians are talking about the offshore resource would be to say offshore renewable energy instead of offshore wind.
Okay, great. Thanks, Ross. We certainly must have a chat with you about the wave and tidal.
Hi, everyone. Neil Morrison from Dublin Bay South. 2 points. One, we talked about district heating and we talked about data centres centrally. My husband did a master's project on using excess heat from data centres into district heating. One data centre could power, I think, he's going to kill me, the numbers are about 80 pounds. So with minimal intervention, and I think maybe that could be something that the data could be included in the planning. I know in Denmark, one of the data centres powers a public swimming pool and heats the water in the pool. That sounds like public good. That's something beneficial for what we're getting. And if we could include in the planning regulations that they have to provide something with that excess heated water. Second point is on part of the Dublin cycling campaign as well as lockdowns. And I'm interested to hear from the panel of, we've talked about other forms of sustainable transport, but for me, getting a bike, getting a second-hand bike to get where is the most carbon efficient way to get around the city. I know it's a massive feminist issue as well. It's mainly lads that cycle, men that cycle from teenage girls. So that's why I've chosen cycling as something that I can make an impression on. And I just encourage everyone to think about these things in how it can be intersectional from so many different points of view. For me, cycling from Clonskeagh to Coolock, which is 11 kilometres up or 12 kilometres uphill, is a really enjoyable way to start my day. So have a think about that when making your choices and how we can impact people around.
And what I'd love to see, and I don't know why the government hasn't done it, is like really throwing e-bikes out at everyone. They're not promoting them the way that they should. Like we're putting 10 billion is going into the subsidies for electric vehicles over the next 10 years. 10 billion.
10 billion, and we have 2 e-bikes in the house. So we have one electric cargo bike, a Carbon Arrow that we spent nearly £5 on. But that was an alternative to a second car. That's what I used to transport my children. I have 5,000 kilometres on the clock on that bike in 4 years. 3 children under 6 in my house. It's been Sockdown's campaign bus. And I just bought a second-hand, really, really comfortable e-bike to get me up that hill to Coolock. Significant. And like, I didn't get any benefit from buying that second-hand. And that's like, second-hand battery, all of those things. And somebody else had taken
it needs the cycle lane network because people are afraid to cycle on the roads the way it is, and they're cycling on the footpaths.
And that's why I'm talking to
Okay.
Brilliant, excellent. Will you pass that across there? Oh, we've a load of other people after coming in. I don't know. Well, I think we can talk about it. Okay. Sorry, Thomas, is it?
Yeah, Thomas, so I suppose it's like before the Greens went to government, their policy in relation to carbon tax incorporated a dividend model whereby a large chunk of the funds raised would go towards a dividend scheme where most people would get annual payments as such that would oftentimes cover the cost that some people would experience from carbon tax in their first like they valid obviously when it went to government was, would that be a model we could consider appropriating, given that it could address some of the concerns people have raised about the cost of carbon tax model?
The ring fencing.
Yeah, the ring fencing. So I suppose, like, we are supportive of the carbon tax. Our preference is actually that the entirety of the carbon tax is spent assisting communities. So whilst it's not a direct payment, it does pay for retrofitting and all that. So I think that's a positive thing. But like, we'll repeatedly hear the government saying carbon tax pays for this, but actually all of it doesn't. They've only ring fenced the increases over the last 2 years, I think. So actually our call is that all the carbon tax that they take in goes to support individuals and families and communities, just make those changes. So I think that, you know, we'd be supportive of that, and I think it's important to have that.
Tax is a subject in itself. One might say it's a bit of an American approach to not trust the government to collect the tax and use it wisely, and that's why you want it ring fenced. So I'd be a bit wary about that, because I think that's where some of that's coming from.
Now I've no idea. Oh, Deirdre.
So working?
Yeah, perfect.
So Deirdre McCormick with Hill Branch. So just coming back to bringing people along with you, and I'm kind of echoing what Sinead and Dina were saying. We are a one-car family. We have 3 children under 6. This works for us. We're semi-rural. I can walk pretty much everywhere in my town. We don't have great bus connections. My daughter started junior infants this year, and we were seriously having to consider buying a second car to get her to school, because Bus Éireann wanted to fight with us to get a bus for the school. It's a small school with 70 kids in there. So we kind of need joint of thinking, and unfortunately cycling wasn't an option, it's just not safe in our area. So we need joint of thinking. We need, you know, I know it's a soft-down policy that every child should be able to get a bus to school, they should be entitled to that. But we also need, like, if I want to go to Naas, I need a car. It's 20 minutes down the road. It takes me longer to get to Tala. My bus is every 2 hours. If I want to go anywhere at any time, I have to leave my house like 2.5 to 3 hours before I'm supposed to be there. So we need joint of thinking with this thing. We need transport. So, and it's going to bring people along, because a lot of people in my town have 2 cars, have 3 cars, because we need it, in inverted commas, because we don't have another option. And they're giving up on climate action, and they're going, oh sure, you know, my car's not going to make that damage. So, impossible question, but how do we get this joint of thinking?
We need a national school bus scheme, is the first thing, and we need to invest in public transport. And I love local link buses. I think they're fantastic.
In Germany, in Germany they make the school transport free, and that's the incentive for people to not drive their kids to school.
Yeah, and you know, a bus where you can go out, everyone should be able to walk out their door and within 10-15 minutes get a bus. And not just a bus every 5 hours. You know, there should be one, a frequent, reliable, efficient, cheap service. And actually, I think if the government put the 10 billion that they're putting into EVs, if that went to public transport, that should have been the priority. You know. Okay, last question. Okay, so I think we've last question here. Joan, sorry, and we'll go to and actually there's loads. We need to run up. So Joan and Oisín, perfect.
Okay, I'll be super quick. Joan from Female. Just in relation to NIMBYs, I hate that word, but most of the NIMBYs I know are people who are fighting for environmental action for their communities. So when we're talking about compromise, we need to be very careful around that language, because you know, we don't want to build data centres which are holding, I think, 51% of data that nobody ever uses. So I don't want to compromise on the east coast where we're pulling up special areas of conservation in order to build wind farms that potentially we don't need. So we need to really concentrate on what we do need, and when we make compromises, that they're the right compromises.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, and Oisín, thanks, Jody.
So we're very generous. So far we've talked about half of emissions. We're missing out on about 40% here, which is agriculture. And the most polluting parts are the most heavily subsidised and least profitable as well. So, and has been subject to tribunals in the past, for instance, the Meat Tribunal in 1998. I'm wondering what we're going to do to tackle the primary source of Ireland's pollution.
And I must say, Oisín, that was the perfect segue into the motions. Absolutely brilliant. So in relation to ag, yeah, right. So when I'm talking about ag, and you know, myself and Holly have a lot of discussions about this, the agriculture system that we have at the moment, it doesn't work for farmers, it doesn't work for the environment, it doesn't work for rural communities. The majority aren't even able to earn a full wage from it. They have to go out and, you know, work other jobs. And it's like the subsidisation and the direction of government has forced them into an overly intensive model that's it's just not good for anyone. So we need to be looking to actually work with the farming community, because we need farmers, we need food, and we need to work with them to make sure that they can produce food in a more sustainable way. But I don't think the onus should be on them to find the solution. I think government should be working with them on it. And one of the points that I was making in relation to whether we're going to meet our targets, is we're going to get to 25 or 26, we're going to realise we can't reduce our targets because the infrastructure and the rollout hasn't been in place. And the one place where we could easily reduce our emissions is through the agriculture sector. And I was saying, and I said to the Taoiseach, that they're being unfair to the farming community because they're not preparing them for what could potentially come down the road. So we need to be having those discussions. We talk about just transition all the time. Just transition applies to the farming community, probably more so than any other community in this country. And yet the engagement's not there. There's this, politicians sort of pretend it's not going to impact. It's going to impact the farming community. It's going to impact every community. And I think we need to work with them to prepare them and make sure that they can have sustainable businesses coming out of this, essentially.
I just would like to say, I'm very sorry, I know you're under pressure. Just, I would like to see us think as a party, considering to think outside the box, to stop thinking wind all the time, to think of other things other than renewables. And I really would like to know who and where within the party and what our approach to nuclear power, or considering nuclear power as a very much renewable, green, and clean. 75% of France are using it. I mean, Macron is they're not stupid, they're clean and they're green. And I think the engineers of Ireland are 18 to 0.
I said energy systems modelling started with the oil crisis in the 70s. Many countries made plans to move away from fossil fuels. Canada implemented it, and France implemented it, Sweden implemented it. That's why they have it correct. They did that. Yeah, Germany did it, Japan did it. But Germany closed them down 10 years ago, and that's why they've had to, they're so reliant on fossil fuels. But but here in Ireland, we had a massive campaigns in Carnsore Point in 79, 80. It is a long time ago, but we had a choice then, and I think sure, it is safer. It is safer now. Things might move on because of the climate crisis, but maybe Ireland's too small anyway for. Yeah, but they haven't built it. They've had 10 years to build it, and they haven't managed it.
Finland are now at least 25% nuclear.
But we can't even get a cycle in.
Costing a fortune.
So it's like there's sort of logistical issues as well. So I'm going to move. We're going to move to Sheila. We're going to move to Sheila because we have motions and we've gone way over, and she'll start giving us the dagger eyes now very shortly. Okay, Belle. Do you want us to go down, Sheila?
Thanks very much. Yeah, if you want. Yeah. Thanks a million to Jennifer and Councillor Owen O'Brien. Huh? No, we've no time, no. So I'm not going to get the podiums back up. We're short on time, so I have a handheld mic here for anyone who's proposing motions, and then a mic in the audience for anyone who wants to speak, although we might not have a lot of time for that. So motion number 5, incentives in agriculture. Mark Can from the Waterford branch. Huh? Oh, sorry. From the Waterford branch, if you'd come up the front here. Thanks. Sorry, Mark, I thought you were.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Cathal Quealy. It's a great privilege to present this motion to you. And the motion deals with incentives and subsidies in agriculture, in farming in Ireland. I grew up on a farm in Waterford. I have a strong farming heritage in my family. But what I'm uncomfortable with is the division now between conservationism and farming in Ireland. In particular, how we hand out subsidies in Ireland. Excuse me, sorry. Subsidies are given out willy-nilly without any means testing. So what you have in particularly, I know from experience, without going to name names or anything, but you have farmers in Ireland doing the bare minimum, extracting what's maximum subsidies from the EU. that needs to be addressed, and it needs to be addressed because what you have is a case of people just doing barely nothing for 15 animals per acre and extracting the maximum benefits that they can from government. These are all policies that I suppose we've worked on in Waterford, so I'm a little bit nervous, I'm not really used to public speaking. So I know there's a couple of amendments, and I'd be keen to hear what those what people think of that and what they think of the policy.
Great, you'll get a chance to respond. Okay, proposed amendment from Limerick County, Pádraig. So if you just pass over the mic to...
Thanks. Yeah. Here, yeah. Yeah, I'm always nervous for this, so I'm just going to read the entire thing. I'm personally hugely supportive of this motion. I want to thank Cathal and the Waterford branch in general for bringing it forward. I think sustainability is something that we don't have to impose on agriculture. It's essential for the future of agriculture to work. And Oisin spoke about that, Holly and Jen spoke about it. Our amendment strengthens the commitment, in our view, in this motion by changing the focus on incentives to a focus on incentives and supports. It's a small but significant change. An agricultural system that is safe, responsible and environmentally sound will require ongoing public support. Incentives are essential for helping farmers to make the switch, but supports are essential to maintain that switch and to support sustainable agriculture after that transition. So I hope you'll support the amendment and absolutely support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pádraig. Would anyone like to speak against this amendment? No, great. Okay. Proposed amendment number 2, Colm. Sorry. Sorry, we only get a minute per speaker. I'm really sorry. We're very pushed for time, so sorry about that.
It's a fair point that she's making.
Yeah.
I suppose the point that you're actually trying to make is like how to do things differently. If you just rewild things without willy-nilly, without any plan or any grazing or anything going on around it, what you're going to end up is just mountains full of gorse and heather. You know, so you've actually gone backwards. Farmers need to be incentivized to think, just to think laterally, to think with an open mind. Like, and that's what I think the real, I suppose there's a saying for it, the real, you know, the golden arrow in this is having Holly Cairns on board. Someone who can really advocate for agriculture in Ireland because she is a farmer, because she knows what she's talking about. So it's really important to do exactly what you said, but to do it properly, and not in this conservationist versus farming approach. They can actually work symbiotically together to do it properly, but not the lazy way that farmers are doing it now and just waiting for a check from Brussels. Does that make sense? Have I done it better now?
Okay. Can we get Colm, proposed amendment number 2 from Kildare North, Colm?
And thanks, Millie, for proposing this. This is a great motion, and I think it's great that kind of a fair and just transition in agriculture is promoted by the party. And just the amendment that we have proposed in Kildare North is to just try and strengthen that and to kind of specifically focus on us having. We are unfortunately going to have to move away from livestock farming and dairy farming, and so that specifically is done in a just way, in a just transition way, and that's the intent of the motion that Kildare North have proposed, is to ensure that that is kind of specifically addressed. Thanks.
Great. Thanks a million. Would anyone like to speak against this amendment? No. Great. Do you want to respond to that, or are you happy enough?
I think we do need to move away from beef and dairy completely. We do need to reduce it. Okay, I am a self-confessed meat eater. I love it. I like dairy, but I don't eat as much anymore. You know, I now have a carton of oat milk in my fridge, which was never seen before, and I think we can all do that. You know, so there's a place for both, without this versus argument, and we don't want to fall into the trap of the Green Party, where farmers are allergic to them. They don't like seeing them coming because they feel they're being dictated to. So you can be conservationist. We can be a little bit more minimal how we eat our meat, but we don't have to say no more cattle. Does that make sense? We can transition slowly, but without offending and hurting people, because farming is such an integral part of the culture, particularly on the west coast of Ireland, and it's important that we keep that going.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, sorry, I should have noted at the beginning of this session, we're not voting at the moment, we're debating these motions. The vote's going to happen at 10 to 4 downstairs in the Trinity Suite, which means we really need to rapidly move on. Green Banks, can we get Paul Brennan from Dublin Northwest? You get 2 minutes. You've 2, yeah. Everybody else has 1, but you get 2.
One. Hi, everybody. Paul Brennan, Dublin Northwest. Green banks are something we need to start thinking about. What is a green bank? There's 62 around the world. It reflects what that lady there was talking about, new thinking. We can't rely on capital in the hands of the capitalists alone to create this transition. To my colleague who spoke on the agricultural side, what would a green bank do? It would give farmers hydroponics. What's that? I can grow food in vertical silos under LCD lights. I agree with that speaker. We're not going to move from beef at the stroke of a pen, but we've got to redefine it. For those of you old enough in the room, and there's a few of us, will remember the Agricultural Credit Corporation. That's long gone. But we need to have this bank empowered by the people, owned by the people, funded by the state with the commons. Who are they? Us, civil society, the GAA, a big part of our society, trade unions, communities. And this bank would probably have 100 billion capitalisation. What would it do for us? Tomorrow morning, all this property tax we pay will be given back to people by putting PV panels on 800,000 houses over 10 years. Current net value, and I leave the numbers to people on the committee when they're thinking about this, probably 52 billion over 10 years. So it needs different thinking, but the market alone won't do it. I'll leave you with this thought. 110, maybe years ago, our movement split. Social Democrats before 1914 were revolutionary socialists. That is what evolved in the Soviet Union. The bottom line is we took a different route.
Sorry, your 2 minutes. Sorry.
Oh, was it on 2
yeah,
minutes?
your 2 minutes are up. Sorry
Okay.
about that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Okay. You can stay and respond. Would anybody like to speak against this motion?
sorry.
Okay, one speaker against the motion. So you get to respond. You get a minute to respond.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't like to object to motions in principle, but
Yeah.
I'm a bit concerned with the motions, like I say, what a green bank is. Sorry, Michael Lennon from Dublin Fingal. The motion asks us to examine our policies,
Yeah.
but it doesn't say what against, because the green bank is...
Well, sorry. The problem with this is I will have submitted very detailed technical documents on this. Unfortunately, you're right, this forum doesn't allow for the detailed interchange. We could speak about this all day. So my assumption would be that the party group will give you, as you're interested, and anyone else, access to a very big technical wad of documents on this, which explains it, you know, in detail. But the principle of it is, the banking system today isn't working. Anyway, who in this room is a small to medium-sized enterprise owner? Where are you getting your capital? You can't get capital. So we've got to make this change, but I agree. But all the information, your bedtime reading, is available. I'm sure you can get that to people. So if you want to vote against it, fine, but the information is there. I've no control over how the information is given to you.
Okay. Thanks very much. So again, we'll be voting on that at 10 to 4 in the Trinity Suite. I'm just going to move along. I don't want any of these motions to fall, so can we get Mark from the National Executive for Ecocide, motion number 19.
Thanks very much. So there's 2 motions up now from the National Executive, and they're a combo. And I suppose one of the things that has really kind of driven this is that, unfortunately, the Greens have let us down in government. I know there are many decent Green voters and Green members and even representatives of the Green Party, particularly from the Just Transition group. Some of them have left, unfortunately for the Greens, but hopefully good for us. But there are an awful lot of these blue shirts on bikes, and that seems to be that kind of policy that they're driving in this. And it is important now, I think, that we make a bold statement, because this is not politics as normal any longer. Maybe Irish politics is trying to re-emerge a 2.5-party system, but climate change is here. It is drastic. One of the things we want to talk about is ecocide. What is ecocide? It's where intentional or careless damage of ecosystems or destruction of ecosystems on a long-term or widespread basis. And what we're suggesting here is that two things. Just 2 things, Dahi. And that is basically, the first is that we as a party sign up to the Stop Ecocide International campaign that is across the world, and we as a party are signatory to that. And secondly, then, that we will try to propose that Ireland signs up to the ICC when it meets every year. There's 123 states that are part of the ICC, and if we can get a majority to ratify, then this becomes law, and it will make ecocide one of the 5th international crime. So instead of fines that we might do in individual countries, we can actually start prosecuting people on criminal offences, or corporations, let's be honest. And that makes people a lot more serious. And it's not just that we can arrest Irish, but if someone from another country...
Thank you, Mark. Sorry, we're so tight on time. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Mark, stay there.
I know I'll be really fast, but I don't like having to oppose motions either, but just sometimes there has to be devil's advocate in the room, and I'm going to have to play that now. Sorry, Mark.
You've got the beard for it, so.
Thank you very much. Mark, there's a good intention behind this, but looking at the term ecocide and prosecuting people on the same level as genocide, I know that you're probably thinking about corporation stuff. Optically, this is very dangerous in the West of Ireland. This is very dangerous, and it's used as a cudgel against the party, because stuff that's been at this conference already has been reported by RTP. It's up already. It's been talked about online. If it comes
There's
out
one
this
more. I'm going to try and
that
get it in.
The Stop Dems are going to use a term like ecocide, even if it's not true, even if it's not accurate, if farmers get it into their head that we're going to start using something on the equivalent of genocide, let's say mass forest fire or something, like, even if it's accidental, and we're going to use the term like ecocide in the same sense as genocide, I'm very acutely aware that, because I'm from North Mayo, that this will be used against the party as a cudgel, and we have to be mindful of the optics as well.
Okay, I'm really sorry. We're going to have to move along very quickly, so I'm going to give Mark his minute to respond to that, and then we're going to move on to the next motion. I'm very sorry to people who wanted to speak.
So there were 4 crimes currently under the ICC. There's genocide, there's crimes against humanity, there's war crimes, and recently there was crimes of aggression added as well. There is a groundswell happening over the last 2 years. And I suppose what I would say is farmers actually love nature. I know some of them aren't particularly great at doing their thing, but like most farmers have a real deep love for it. And so it ain't farmers that should be worried about it. It's the mega billionaires that are starting to rule this planet and the corporations who are running amok. And they are, wholesale damage without any worry about things, sometimes not even fines, but the fines are so minuscule now, because we're starting to get to the point where companies have not just bigger GDPs than whole countries or whole regions of countries, but like we're on the verge of like one corporation having $1 trillion kind of cash budget. Like, these are dangerous times, and we're not going to get them with just fines, we have to criminalise.
Thanks. Okay, sorry, we're going to move the next, Mark, this is you as well. We're going to move motion number 20. You don't have to speak, we just move the motion.
I could move it, but I'll just speak.
Just move it.
Yeah, yeah.
It's 44, we have 30 seconds.
Perfect.
Just move it, Mark, just move it.
Okay.
We don't have the time.
I formally propose the rights of nature. Ecuador did this, and last December they brought a mining company and stopped them.
Yeah, great. Thanks a million. Okay. Sorry, Mark. But I need to chair downstairs in 5 minutes. So everybody, voting is happening in the Trinity Suite downstairs.
In 2015, we set up a new party, the Social Democrats, for people who felt like they didn't have a political home. A party for people who believe that everyone should have a right to a home, that ordinary workers shouldn't have to have such a struggle just to get by, that public services should be available when people need them, that honesty and accountability should be at the core of government decision making. The Social Democrats is a party for people who believe that we can do things differently.
Doing things differently means no more broken promises on housing. It means an end to sweetheart deals for developers. It means an end to tax breaks for investment funds. It means the state doing its job and delivering homes that are affordable and ensuring fairness and security for renters. It means ending the blight of vacancy and dereliction and building sustainable communities.
Doing things differently means taking radical action when it comes to our climate and biodiversity crisis. It means massively boosting our renewable energy production. It means investing majorly across the entire country when it comes to public transport. And it means a national retrofitting programme that is accessible to everybody. We must get this right.
Doing things differently means seriously addressing the cost of living crisis. Ireland is a wealthy country and no one should have to choose between heating their home and feeding their family. We must ensure workers have a living wage, not just a subsistence wage, and legislate for the right to collective bargaining. No one's childcare should cost the same as a mortgage. It must be affordable, and workers need the flexibility to build a good work-life balance.
Doing things differently means developing a fairer and more sustainable model of food production. It means standing up to vested interests to fight for a fairer future for farmers. We must harness the revolution in remote working to breathe life back into our towns and villages so they can thrive.
A fairer future for Ireland is one where every child can reach their full potential and no child is left behind. Education must be fully free, publicly funded. That's the cost of skilled places, skilled books, and to ensure that every child, wherever they are in the country, has access to skilled transport. And every child must have a right to an education, especially in the circumstances where that child experiences an additional need.
Doing things differently means cutting the long waiting lists for hospital and community services by fully implementing the Sláinte Care Reform Programme. It means disability services which help people with disabilities to thrive, not threadbare services that isolate and diminish them and their families.
Ireland is a great country with so much potential. We can do better than the perpetual crisis in housing and healthcare. Now is the time to build a new Ireland for all. Join us in the Social Democrats, and together we can build a better future.
everyone to take their seats? Is this on? There's no noise. Yeah? Can everyone take their seat? I cannot tell you all how amazing it has been to see you all today. So many names and faces that I only know from Zoom and from social media. This weekend has been a very long time coming, and I am so happy that it's finally here. I think we can safely say that our first in-person conference in almost 3 years has been an incredible success. We've had excellent discussions on housing, healthcare, and the cost of living crisis. Discussions that laid bare the depth of problems and also provided concrete and principled solutions. We've had insightful speakers on key issues facing Irish society, including the discrimination faced by children with special education needs and disabilities, to the need to introduce accountability in government, and how we can work towards impactful social justice. We've met old friends and made new ones. Seeing us all here together in one room is a good reminder that each of us are part of something bigger. We're a diverse group of people, all dedicated to a common cause. We see blatant inequalities across our society, and we know things can be better. There are whole communities persistently excluded from education, employment, and decision-making. Ordinary families are being priced out of homes because the government's housing policy prioritises developer-designed solutions and sweetheart deals with vulture funds. Urgently needed, radical and fair climate action is not happening, and there are no indications that that will change. We don't want to just stand by and watch these problems unfold and worsen. We're all driven by a civic responsibility to address these glaring issues. These principles and a shared vision make us social democrats. But we each have a different story that has brought us here today. My social democrat journey has very obviously changed my life in so many ways. I never imagined that I'd have a career in politics. Neither did many of my opponents in Cork Southwest. But during the repeal campaign, I saw the power of knocking on doors and engaging with people. I experienced real people power that changed this country forever. Afterwards, three of us formed the Cork Southwest branch of the Social Democrats. The following year, after several very gruelling recounts, I was elected to Cork County Council by only one vote, and in less than a year, I became a TD. To be honest, I sometimes can't believe that it's actually happened. I mention this to remind myself and to remind all of us that change is possible. Many of you are in small branches, especially in rural areas, where progress can seem impossible or very slow. It can be disheartening when the mountain you have to climb seems so high, but you should not lose faith that change is possible. I was dismissed as a candidate in the local elections and in the general election. I was told again and again and again that I didn't have a chance, and yet here I am. I know my story will not be the only one. Look around you. I know there are future councillors, senators and TDs here in this room, even if they don't know it yet. Getting elected is very hard work, but I know that we are up to that challenge. My story and the stories of all our public representatives has been made possible because of the Social Democrats, because of our shared commitment and determination. We would not be here without the vision of two women in particular, two remarkable public servants who chose against all of the odds to start a political party. let's not forget what a significant decision and what a significant challenge that was for them. But they recognised the need for a progressive party dedicated to openness, to equality, and to evidence-based public policy. With a small group of people, they poured their expertise, their experience, and their passion into the project. At the local elections in 2019, we returned 19 councillors, and in 2020, tripled our parliamentary party to 6 TDs. We're a growing and evolving party. We're eager for change to help create a better and fairer Ireland. We're here today because of Roisin Shortall and Catherine Murphy. They continue to be an inspiration to me, and I know many of you feel the same. Roisin is a national voice for healthcare reform. When Sláinte Care happens, and yes, it will happen despite opposition from some quarters, it will be because of her. Catherine continues to play a pivotal role in uncovering misconduct and corruption and pushing for greater transparency in every facet of Irish public life. They represent the type of politics we all aspire to. They serve not only their constituents, but all ordinary people. Above all, they are focused on doing the right thing. Whenever I need advice or guidance, I am so lucky that I have them to turn to. They're not just party leaders, they are mentors and they're inspirations. From their vision, the Social Democrats have grown to be a strong force for change today. On councils and in the Dáil, we are making real changes and holding authority to account. This is only possible because of the hours of hard work from each of you. Each and every one of you is the party. We would not be here without you and all the work you do, much of it unseen. And our success and any future success depends on you. Your advocacy, your campaigning, and your commitment to the values and ethos of the party is the reason the Social Democrats have grown so much in such a short period of time. It was very difficult to do this work during the pandemic, but so many of you continued to stay engaged and to work on behalf of the party. For that, we are so, so grateful. We're now hopeful that as we emerge from the past 2 challenging years, we can ramp up our campaigning work in our communities. Because we each have an important role to play, whether it's as a public representative, as a branch officer, or as a new member, we are united by common principles, by fairness and equality, openness and transparency, progress and participation. We believe that healthcare and other public services should be free at the point of need. We believe that every family is entitled to an affordable home, public childcare and free education. We believe in a fairer and more progressive Ireland. And most importantly, we believe that all of this is possible. We want to communicate that message of hope, that things can change and they can get better to ordinary people who currently feel so betrayed by the establishment parties. We've seen with our own eyes that these changes can be made if the political will is there. During the pandemic, measures which many said could never happen were put in place overnight. Prioritisation of universal healthcare, a ban on evictions and rent increases, and proper basic income payments. All are social democratic policies introduced, but only temporarily. Our co-leaders, Catherine Murphy and Roisin Shortall, founded the Social Democrats in 2015 for people who felt like they didn't have a political home, because we know a social democratic approach works. The most prosperous, inclusive and progressive countries in the planet are social democracies. More equal societies are better for everyone, no matter what your level of income. They have higher life expectancies, higher educational performance, lower crime rates, and higher levels of social mobility. Who wouldn't want that? Equality is not just the morally right choice, it is the rational choice with the best outcomes for everyone. But we are drifting further and further from that ideal. Our party leaders have a vision for an Ireland that can do so much better. They would like to share it with you now. I am delighted to welcome to the stage
Friends, thanks very much for that. I want to warmly welcome everyone here today. The last time we met like this was in 2019, and we didn't think it was going to take this long to get back into a room together again, so it feels very good. I also want to warmly welcome all those watching at home. We believe in the potential and desire for change in Ireland, and we think it's huge. But people want genuine change, not a repackaging of stale parties or policies as something new. Even Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael, who've shared power for the last 100 years, claim to lead a change agenda. So what makes the Social Democrats any different? What does social democratic change look like? It can be summarised by one familiar phrase, Níneart go cur le chéile. There is no strength without unity. Social democracy at its core is about human dignity, protecting those fundamental elements that provide every member of society with dignity and opportunity. Things like housing, healthcare should never be mere commodities, only available to those on the highest incomes. This is why the state must play its role, an active role consistently and decisively. But for too long, the state has outsourced its responsibilities to the private market.
This generation of young people will be the first who will be worse off than their parents. Housing costs are out of control, childcare costs are the equivalent of a mortgage, and energy prices are skyrocketing. Interest rate hikes on mortgages in the coming months will add further to the squeeze on families. Inflation is now at 7.8%, a 38-year high. It does not impact everybody equally. Those on low and middle incomes spend a disproportionate amount of their income on necessities. And people are increasingly going into debt to pay for those necessities. And more people are at serious risk of poverty. We must therefore target measures at those who need them most. And we need to take action with an emergency budget now. The Social Democrats would put €300 into the pockets of workers earning up to €50,000 using a refundable tax credit. Create a hardship fund so that those most at risk of food and fuel poverty can access emergency payments immediately. And increase the social welfare rates, like pensions, social welfare rates right across the board, by €10 a week, as social welfare rates have only increased by €5 in total over the last 3 years. And in our alternative budget in October, we'll be proposing other measures. Childcare must be transformed so that it is publicly funded, the only way that costs will come down. Primary and secondary education must be genuinely free, and third-level fees, which are the highest in the EU, must be cut. Crucially, workers should not have such a struggle just to get by. They need a living wage. Workers must also have security of employment, the right to collective bargaining, and the right to flexible work options. Our small and medium businesses, our main employers, must be supported. We know that corporation tax receipts are volatile, so we must do more to grow our indigenous businesses. There have been winners as well as losers from this crisis. Energy companies have been profiteering on the backs of ordinary people. We can and must act to stop that from happening with the introduction of a windfall tax. The state has also benefited, of course, VAT receipts are surging, in part due to the increased energy costs. VAT and excise duty, which have been decreased recently, those charges on energy and fuel costs are due to expire in October. They must be extended into next year, and there must be further excise duty cuts.
One of the most basic requirements in a functioning society is the provision of secure and affordable housing. It's supposedly the biggest priority for government, but it's its biggest failure. In previous decades, single-income families with one worker on an average wage could aspire to lead a decent life. They may not have been rich, but many owned their own home, they could educate their children, and they had a secure job. Today, single people are forced to continue to live at home. They house share, rent tiny apartments at exorbitant costs until they're in their 30s, 40s, and even older. Older people worry about where they live when they retire and how they'll pay for it. Even couples on what were once considered decent wages are locked out of home ownership. Many are again considering emigration. This is not just about bricks and mortar. The price of the housing crisis is paid by the thousands of children losing childhoods as they grow up in emergency accommodation, by the relationships that break down because of the stress of housing insecurity, by the couples who postpone a family, and by the disconnected communities that result when people are unable to put down roots. What kind of a society are we building when affordability is defined by government as being €450,000 in Dublin, 400,000 in Cork or Galway? Do they know a mortgage at these amounts requires incomes of at least 114,000? Like, what planet are they on? At the heart of the housing crisis is an affordability crisis. The government should be doing everything that it can to drive down prices so that people on average incomes can aspire again to own their own homes. Instead of pursuing policies that inflate house prices even further, throwing money and tax breaks at private developers and vulture funds is not just wrong, it's wasteful and it's not working. Nearly a decade into the crisis, we need radical action because there are solutions. We must immediately introduce a tax and bring the 90,000 vacant homes across the country back into use. We must end the greed of land speculation, a major driver of housing costs, by finally controlling the cost of development land. And if that takes a referendum, well, let's have it. We must end the favourable tax treatment of REITs and vulture funds. We must regulate short-term letting platforms like Airbnb, which are cannibalising the rental market. And we must introduce a 3-year ban on rent increases to improve security for renters.
We currently spend more than €22 billion on our health service, but it's in a state of perpetual crisis. A quarter of our population, 1.3 million people, are now on waiting lists for healthcare. A truly shocking figure. It's becoming more and more difficult to retain our excellent healthcare workers in a system that fails them too. For too long, the Irish people have endured a situation in which healthcare has been delayed, deferred, and sometimes denied. Sláintecare can change that. It was designed to take the political wrangling out of health. That was 5 years ago. Even before the pandemic, the progress on implementing it was minimal. Why is there such resistance to reform? Who stands to benefit? Because it's not the Irish people. The Sláintecare plan is not actually radical. It sets out a blueprint to bring the Irish Health Service into line with almost every other EU country, free at the point of delivery. People can attend the doctor, a speech and language therapist. They can access mental health services, access home care when they need it, without worrying about the cost. If that sounds revolutionary, it shouldn't. Ireland's current two-tier model of healthcare is an outlier, not an exemplar. Better health outcomes and lower healthcare costs will only come after we reform the system. And to be clear, the full implementation of Sláintecare in the term of the next government will be a red line for our participation in that government. We also make another commitment today. The Social Democrats will never gift valuable public infrastructure like a €1 billion new national maternity hospital. We will never gift it to a private company, be that religious or otherwise. It will never happen, not on our watch. You can count on that.
Disability supports, which are vital to help disabled people to live full lives, are fragmented and threadbare. It's not acceptable for the government to blame recruitment problems for the failure to provide essential services. If services were properly planned and prioritised, then critical staff would be in place. Children with disabilities and their families must battle from the day they're born. It's shameful that their biggest battle is often with the state to try and get basic services like an assessment of need, essential therapies or a school place. This abject neglect has disastrous consequences. Children's development is limited and they're prevented from reaching their full potential. Once children turn 18, whatever meagre supports that do exist often disappear. We need a government that pays more than lip service to the rights of disabled people. In our first month in office, the Social Democrats in government would sign the optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Which allows disabled people make complaints directly to the UN when the state fails to provide their services.
We have just 8 years to stop the worst impacts of the climate crisis, an irreversible climate catastrophe. The challenge is immense, and it seems like we're being set up to fail. Our emissions are going up, not down. If we want to meet our targets, large-scale structural changes are urgently required that only the state can make. Changes like restricting the development of new data centres, facilitating the speedy development of offshore wind energy, incentivising sustainable farming, investing in major public transport infrastructure, and introducing retrofitting, a scheme that is actually affordable for the people who need it most. These are all measures that only the state can make in relation to intervention. They must intervene, and the Social Democrats in government would prioritise them. At the core of our climate policy must be climate justice, the assurance that those least able to afford the transition to a zero-carbon economy will not bear the heaviest burden. This commitment must be more than hollow words. It must be enshrined in law. If we commit to climate action, it will be transformative. It will lead to new employment opportunities, warmer homes, cleaner air and water, more sustainable farming, more livable cities and towns, and a better quality of life for everyone. We must get this right. The alternative is unthinkable, and time is running out. The war in Ukraine has underlined our energy insecurity and the urgent need to ramp up investment in renewable energy production. We in the Social Democrats want to again make clear our revulsion at Russia's illegal war. Putin's dangerous despotism is a threat not just to Ukraine, but to the world. We stand with Ukraine now and into the future. There have been some who've used the war in Ukraine as a pretext for abandoning or diluting our long-held position of neutrality. That would be a mistake. Ireland, as a neutral country, has never been an aggressor nor an oppressor on the world stage. Our role has always been as peacekeepers and peacemakers. This is where our strength lies, and our neutrality is the foundation stone which anchors it.
We have seen the devastation and destruction that was caused by conflict on our own island. We cannot allow the Good Friday Agreement, which put an end to that violence, to be endangered by unilateral decisions taken by a minority of partisan politicians. The DUP cannot continue to hold the region to ransom. The power-sharing institutions in Northern Ireland must be allowed to function. And the British government can't rip up international agreements and use the threat of political instability in the north as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the EU. Its approach is tawdry, short-sighted, and it's dangerous. Friends, in much of Irish politics and Irish public life, we see the corrosive politics of the Golden Circle, a fast track for insiders whose connections confer an unfair advantage. Civil and public service pay rates have been spectacularly breached in the hiring process for individual senior staff. High-profile jobs have been awarded to friends and colleagues of government ministers in the absence of an open recruitment process. Appointments to state boards and institutions are still made by party political allies, while important state projects routinely go massively over budget. In scandal after scandal, the same culprit is identified: systems failure. Usually after a lengthy and expensive review or inquiry, conveniently, systems can't be sacked, demoted, jailed, or otherwise censured. So as long as there are no consequences for failure, there is no real incentive for reform. We need accountability in every facet of Irish public life: the government, the public service, and the corporate world. We will only get change if we properly protect whistleblowers and make legal accountability a term and condition of employment in the public and civil service. But we must go further. We need an independent anti-corruption agency with the remit and resources to provide meaningful regulation and oversight of our institutions. We must in short, we must have a state watchdog with real teeth.
We saw in recent years the best of what our society is capable of: the outpouring of support, empathy, and solidarity as we faced unimaginable difficulties. Having seen what is possible, we cannot go back to business as usual. We must think about the society we want to see, not just in the immediate future, but in 10, 20, and 30 years' time, because the decisions that we take today will shape that future. We set up the Social Democrats in 2015 to provide people with a real choice about what that future will look like. The Social Democrats is a party for a new era, not defined by old loyalties, old politics, old policies, cosy business connections, or jobs for the boys. We stand for change. We stand for equality. We stand for accountability, a better type of politics. By doing things differently, by making social democratic change, we can achieve a much better Ireland for all. Thank you very much.
Good evening, conference. The bit you've really all been waiting for. The election results. Okay, I have 3 elections to deal with. The first 2 are simple. In the election for party chair, we had exactly 1 nomination, which was Sheila Nadeau. And there being no other nominations, she is deemed elected party chair. Congratulations, Sheila. Your reign of terror continues. In the election for party vice chair, we also had only 1 candidate, who was Angela Flynn. So, in the lack of any other candidate, Angela was also deemed elected. National Executive was a little bit different. We had 14 candidates for 10 seats. And as we have gender balancing, we needed a minimum of 4 candidates who identify as male and a minimum of 4 candidates who identified as female. The total poll for the election was 205, and we had no spoils, so our total valid poll was 205, giving us a quota of 19. On the first count, the following people made quota and are deemed elected. Jen Cummins. David Farrell. Sean Burke. Colin Byrne. Owen Hayes. And Noel Wardick. And that incidentally was in more or less alphabet. Actually, that was in order they were elected. That gave us 5 members of National Executive who identified as male and 1 who identified as female. In the transfers, from Jen, who's the first person we did the transfers for, Mark Cann picked up sufficient votes to make quota, so he was duly deemed elected. The rest of the transfers, nobody reached quota, so we eliminated the lowest polling person, who is Eva Murtagh. And from her transfers, we are left with 3 candidates who identified as female and 3 who identified as male. And as for gender balancing, we needed 3 female candidates. The following were considered elected without meeting quota. Saoirse Mackin. Victoria Olokitibi. And Aisling Silk. And that concludes the poll from National Executive. Congratulations to all those who got elected. Now, as I stood for standing orders, I couldn't be the returning officer, so I'm going to ask Sean, who was a returning officer, to do one final thing before he disappears back into retirement. Sean.
Thanks, Pat. Hi guys. It's good to see you all too. I'll be brief, so I won't give out the order. I'll just name who has been elected to Standing Orders Committee alphabetically. If anyone wants the details from me, please come up to me afterwards and ask me for them. So, the people elected to the Standing Orders Committee for our next conference are Ken Curtin from Cork East, Noel Dempsey from Kildare North. Both Ken and Noel send their regrets they can't be here. Elaine Hickey from Cork South Central. Patrick S. Maher from Dublin Bay North. And Siobhan O'Connor from Clare. Congratulations to all.
Promise I won't keep you. Just wanted to say congratulations to everybody who was elected. I'm looking forward to working with you all. And a huge thanks to the outgoing National Executive who've been absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much for all the help and support you've offered me and everything you've done for the party. Also, a very, very special thanks to the Standing Orders Committee. What a fantastic conference. Thank you. Special thanks to all of the volunteers who gave up their time today to help out. You didn't have to do it, and you did, and thank you so much. Huge thanks to all of the staff of the Social Democrats, both parliamentary and in HQ, keeping the show on the road and doing an absolutely brilliant job, and we really appreciate you every day. Thank you. I'd just like to give one very special mention to our General Secretary. And thank you. Anne has been working so hard on this conference, and it was her first one, and I think it was a resounding success, so thank you so much, Anne. Thank you to all of our elected representatives. You're absolutely brilliant. You are just an inspiration to all of us, I think, and thank you for all the hard work that you do, and especially our co-leaders. Thank you so much for giving us this home in the Social Democrats in the first place. And I know all your hands are sore from clapping, so this is the last one. Thank you, the members. We couldn't do it without you. Thank you so much. Conference is now closed. Go and have some fun.